we're gonna do something. It's all Billy, all the time. Never ending. Let's see. Right, this is how we navigate through the world with buttons. I remember this. I remember now. Talk to Dalton. This is the mech repair person. Hey, Cadet. How's it going? Ah! Hey there, take it easy. It's just me. Oh, Lieutenant, sorry. I thought you were someone else. What's this crew possibly doing that's got you so jumpy? Oh, it's not the crew, it's just the chief. She really likes a surprise inspection and making sure that I'm working as fast as she expects me to. At least once a day, I think I'm alone somewhere, and then suddenly, Cadet Dalton, report! I don't know how she does it. I'll have an eye on the entrance the entire time, and she can still appear from nowhere. I think she uses the maintenance ducts. Yeah, she sounds like a fucking monster. Okay, take it easy. I'm pretty sure it's just us in here. Okay, if you're sure. I'm not sure. Don't give Dalton a false sense of security. Anyway, how can I help, Lieutenant? I'm just getting to know the ship and its crew, finding out what they're all about. Oh, huh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So, what are you up to here, Cadet? Oh, I'm actually working on 2 projects at the moment as a part of my engineering degree. The first is my own project, a high-density rapid expansion emergency sealant for hull breaches. Okay. Sure, sounds great. Slug repair gel. I've been working on a compound that's designed to be released in case of a breach and seal up cracks to prevent atmosphere loss. Sounds pretty impressive. How's that going? Not too well. Not too well, Lieutenant. I intended it to be used with the ship as a safety measure for the crew, but the technical officer who oversees my progress back at the academy has instructed me to find a way to weaponize it. He thinks it'd be good for immobilizing enemy AFs. And that seems like it's being put to good use if it's cutting down on casualties, don't you think? I guess so. What's the second? Oh, that's just something I'm working on for the Chief. It's a set of modifications for Juno to increase its mobility in space. To be honest, it's not too exciting. It's just fine-tuning and adjustments. What's up, Snowman? I'm sure you're doing a good job. Thanks, Lieutenant. Keep it up. All right. Yeah, Cassandra's still here. I wish I'd worn my uniform trousers today. What's up? I was thinking we could play low-gravity tag or something, but now that Dalton's back up and about, we can't. You don't think he's gonna snitch on you anytime soon? That's not what I mean. I don't follow. What? Honestly, have you considered the issue of floating around in a skirt? Oh, I see. Oh! I don't know, I float around in a skirt all the time. That's... Just count yourself lucky. I would have kicked your ass. Okay, Cassandra. Okay, Use mech. Ugh, even thinking about it. Oh, right. Because we're still traumatized. The hangar door opens directly into space. If I opened it now, I wouldn't live long enough to do anything else after. Valid. It'd probably take me days to find anything useful to me amongst all of this. Anything that's here I could get much more easily from somewhere else on the ship. Surprisingly, the controls for this kind of stuff are way harder to work than those on the AF. I don't want to think about the chaos I would have caused by moving around, by messing around with them. Okay, anything else to interact with here? Maybe she doesn't epilate like you do. Yeah, maybe. She's missing out. Okay, let's look. The main hangar door is typically only used when the ship is docked to bring on board large containers or equipment. On a ship like this, the AFs launch from smaller hatches underneath of them. Oh yeah, that makes sense. There's also a maintenance airlock somewhere so that the whole hangar doesn't need to be depressurized if there's work to be done outside. Those two armored frames are both Juno models, the workhorse of the Jovian colony fleet's military. They look like they're a newer type than the one that I piloted on the Kalik. Almost piloted. Yeah, almost piloted. Okay. Let's move elsewhere. Warning, low gravity. Oh, God. We don't get a map here, do we? Okay. The ship's hangar. Maybe it might be fun to play some low gravity games. Maybe. The mess hall. Despite everyone else knowing else about the ship, despite everything else about this ship, we're living the high life with both kinds of vending machines. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember she was like super hyped about the vending machines. Cassandra was. Fire control. It does seem like a pretty good place to hang out now that Cassie mentions it. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of different options. You could just go full Dojin mode. It's like a Cybertruck of the future. Well, no, we didn't pilot it because there was a technical issue, and we had a massive panic attack when we were about to be going into battle. That's why we didn't pilot it. So yeah, it's just like a Cybertruck. Why Cybertruck when you can K-Truck? You done tootin'. Okay, sorry. I was just wishing Wobbly to have a fun time at MagFest. A meltdown as well, so a hybrid of Cybertruck and mouthwashing. Oh god, I hope that this doesn't take a mouthwashing turn. I hope that I think that like mouthwashing kind of blew up a little bit, and they ended up probably doing pretty well on sales. I hope that they do another game. Whether I don't care if it's like another mouthwashing game or whatever. I just hope that that studio gets to do another thing because mouthwashing was really good. Cassandra. Forsyth Thoroughfare, Forsyth Thoroughfare, Forsyth Thoroughfare, Forsyth. Dang it! Oh, that's right. She was trying to have us say Forsyth Thoroughfare 10 times fast or something. Thanks for the watch streak, Peanut. By the way. I feel like we've explored all these. Central Hub, maybe? Bridge? I think we got called to the bridge and then we just never went. You step from the elevator onto the bridge, and what seems to have been a pretty quiet atmosphere turns totally silent As the two women present who had previously been observing a screen turn to face you. You identify the captain almost immediately by her uniform, although you're given pause to wonder if you've misjudged as she listlessly straightens up and heads over to you with an air of disinterest. The other woman shoots you a look, but remains seated at her station, quickly turning away when she realizes you've caught her looking your way. Okay. You what a nerd! Yeah, she's got a big captain hat. The curtness of her reaction catches you off guard as she quickly returns to what she'd been doing before you entered. Hopefully, Cassie's presence can thaw what you feel might be a cold reception. Lieutenant Gun Dog. Entering the bridge and reporting for formal assignment. Did I name myself? Can you name yourself in this game? Did I name myself Gun Dog or something? Did I do something weird like that? I don't remember. Yeah? Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like something I would do. You thought you were being hilarious. I'm sure that I was. It was very hilarious and everybody laughed and applauded. You declare, throwing a sharp salute with Cassandra. Oh, big yawn. I haven't stopped laughing since you did it. You should probably get that checked out. If laughing whilst watching a Billy One Kirby stream lasts longer than 3 hours, you should consult a physician. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn, entering the bridge on accompaniment of Lieutenant Dog. Yeah, we're Lieutenant Dog. You're taken aback slightly as you realize that you've hardly ever seen Cassie... Shit. Can you see the history text? Text history? I feel like that's a thing. Whenever she's had to talk about her assignments, it's always been dismissive or in a joking way. You're caught so off guard that you almost miss the captain addressing you. At ease, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Commander. Lieutenant Commander Dog. That's me. Or no, I'm Lieutenant Dog. She's Lieutenant Commander. Right. You and Cassie both lower your salutes and loosen your posture slightly. There's a slight pause, which you can tell is the captain sizing you up. This informal assessment lasts a little longer than you're comfortable with, until the captain releases a heavy sigh. Welcome aboard, Lieutenant. I was beginning to get worried that the notification we'd had that you'd come aboard had been a system issue. I trust that you haven't had too hard of a time finding your way to the bridge to introduce yourself? No, ma'am. I was just... You glance over to Cassandra, who is maintaining a completely straight face. We can check out anywhere you want before we head up there. Yeah, right. Yeah, great. Thanks, Cassandra. Yeah, she convinced us to, like, just go around the ship and do whatever the fuck, rather than go up here and introduce ourselves. Oops, sorry. You fix your gaze straight ahead. This won't be the first time that Cassandra's lackadaisical attitude had got you into trouble with higher-ups. I was just familiarizing myself with the ship in case I came up with any queries that I could field to you. Oh, is that so? Well, anything you'd like to ask? No, ma'am. Very good. Well, I'm glad you could make it. Eventually. This mission is an urgent one, which is why we departed as soon as you came aboard. Thinking about it, it was unusual that there hadn't been a formal onboarding process beyond the dock staff checking your ID. Fuck, this isn't her talking. This is the just standard dialogue. Ugh, it's a lot. Okay. Thinking about it, it was unusual that there hadn't been a formal onboarding process beyond the dock staff checking your ID and guiding you onto the gun dog. You'd not realized in your rush, but it was now obvious. But it did make sense that if this was an urgent dispatch, the ship would launch as soon as all of its crew were on board. My apologies, ma'am. My transport was running late. Yes, we'd been sent word. That wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? No, ma'am. There was a breakdown on the... Anyway, Lieutenant, I'd like to take the opportunity to formally welcome you to the JFS Gun Dog. My name is Captain Mears Bartermuse. Mary's Bartermuse. Muse. What's up, Jeff? Gun Dog. Starts from fall. Starts from fall. I run as tight a ship as you'd expect and anticipate that you'll carry out your duties to the same standard. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Aurum. I had a wonderful weekend. It was a great start to the weekend, being able to play some frickin' Helldivers with you. It was so great. From experience, most onboarding procedures have involved greetings and speeches from the captain that have ranged from serious to almost ceremonial. In comparison, Captain Bartermuse's introduction is almost lethargic. Yeah, I'm learning so much about fire safety. I didn't even burn to death that many times. Mostly. Your card, Lieutenant? Yes, ma'am. The item button will activate when you are able to use items that are in your inventory. In some cases, you will need to use an item to proceed, but in others, whether you use an item or not is up to you. When possible, select the item button to open the inventory. I'm sorry. Full of yawns. To dismiss the inventory. Ugh. When possible, select the item button to open the inventory, then select the item to use it. To dismiss the inventory, select the item button again. I got my card. She inspects it for a moment before taking it to a control panel near the captain's chair. You remain in position, not quite at ease, but not quite at attention. You watch as she enters some commands into the console and inserts your card into a slot. There's a whirring sound, followed by a series of beeps before your card is ejected and the captain takes it back. Jesus. Okay. By selecting the function button, you can now access a map of the ship. Oh, that would have been nice! Allowing you to move from one location to another without visiting areas in between. If an event happens somewhere on the way, you will move to that location instead. You can also view your current objectives and other important information. To return, select the function button again. Huh. Neat. Mess hall, fire control hangar, your quarters, crew quarters corridor, airlock, crew quarters corridor 2, Cassandra's quarters, captain's quarters, engine room, engineering, central computer, sick bay, aft thoroughfare, armory. Okay, great. With this, Lieutenant Dog, you now have access to all areas and authorities befitting the ship's security detail. Your responsibilities begin with immediate effect. Thank you, ma'am. You're also now authorized to take an appropriate electroshock weapon from the armory. Oh my god, we get a gun? We're the real gun dog now. If you have any further questions, then you know where to find me. Dismissed. Okay. We met the captain. We did it. Well, let's talk to Cassandra now that we've talked with the captain. You know, it's kind of funny now that I think about it. What is? This area is called the Central Hub, but to be honest, the only places you can get to straight away from here are the airlock, sickbay, or the bridge. Well, it's right in the middle of the ship, so it connects everything together via the two thoroughfares, right? Kind of, but if you want to get to engineering to do some mechanical work, you've got a long way to go that way. Then, if you want to do pretty much anything else, you've got to go the other way. The Foreside Thoroughfare is way more of a hub since you can get to all sorts of places really quickly. Get some snacks from the mess hall, take you back to your quarters, easy. If you want to do a quick soda, while taking an audit in the hangar, you're there and back in no time. They should move the bridge to the front of the ship. Sounds to me like you just want a vending machine on the bridge. Hey, that's not a bad idea. But still, it's a long way to get to the other end of the ship no matter where you're going from. How would you solve that problem? Maybe change the shape of the ship so the center is really the center? It's space, so you could make it a really efficient shape like a cube or something. A cube? I guess it could be efficient, but I don't think anyone would take a cube-shaped ship seriously. Star Trek. Star Trek. Star Wars. Imagine a cube-shaped ship. Can't even imagine it. Okay, so we're supposed to go to the, Oh, we needed to introduce ourselves to the other bridge officer. Oh, fuck. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff that I haven't done as well. Okay, great. We gotta collect our sidearm as well, but let's go back to the bridge and talk to the other person that's here. Yeah, what do you think it says? Some kind of Borgy cube? Cube-shaped ships are everywhere. Everywhere are in shambles. Yep. They lost all respect. Alright, let's talk to Vanessa. Excuse me, Lieutenant. I'm currently on duty, so I would appreciate it if you did not disturb me. Sorry, Vanessa. Lieutenant Lord. Lieutenant Lord. My goodness. Lieutenant Dog is the... I'm Lieutenant Dog. I shouldn't talk. Lieutenant Dog is the ship's head of security. Since I'm here, you can take the time to introduce yourself formally. Huh. Great. I've got this. See you in 5. So you're the security officer that Cassandra's been going on about. That's right, Lieutenant Gun Dog. Pleased to meet you. Well, I'm Vanessa Lord. I serve on the bridge as a part of operations. Cassandra's told me a lot about you. Is that right? What kind of... I'm disappointed that you're nowhere near as attractive as she made you out to be. Thanks. I'm sorry to disappoint. Oh, is that, right? I thought it was too good to be true that some dashing officer would be transferred here at the last moment. Instead, we've got just another lunk. Man, I'm not a lunk. You're a lunk. Hey, fuck you, Vanessa. Well, how was it you even got transferred here on such short notice? I was looking over your records earlier, and you were mid-assignment on the Duke. Why would they transfer you instead of... Whoa, hey, look at the time. I think your break's over, Lieutenant Commander Quinn. I think Vanessa needs to get back to her station. Billy's a lunk. I'm not a lunk. Come on. I'm not a lunk. Of course. I hope this is the start of a productive working relationship between the two of you. Vanessa, I'll catch up with you later, okay? Billy one lunk. Oh, man. Okay. Now we gotta go get our gun. And we got visit the captain's quarters. We could just go into the captain's quarters. Let's just go into the captain's quarters. You're more of a lunk than a mook. Sorry, Billy. Oh, man. I wanted to be a mook. I could have been a mook. And this is a second set of crew quarters where the operations staff, that's me and Vanessa, the department heads, and the captain have their quarters. Makes sense? Of course. It's obvious why you'd come this way so soon after finding out I was a part of the crew. What do you mean? Wait, hey, I'm on duty right now, you know? I know. And despite that, you've let your libido guide you to my quarters, you animal. I guess I just am a libido-driven lunk. What is happening? Yeah, you didn't know this is a naughty game? We're about to get real naughty. Let's maybe save that for later, okay? You tease. This is another crew member's quarters. I don't have a reason to go in there right now. No, not to Cassandra's quarters. What about the captain's? I may be security, but under normal circumstances, I can't just barge into someone's room without being invited in. All right, but we can go into Cassandra's quarters. Oh, by the way, if you ever want to access my quarters, the passcode for the lock is 0211. It's pretty much the same passcode I use for everything. 0211, got it. 0211, chat, don't forget. When can we dump her? The old Lunkin Dunk? Uh-huh. Oh, that's right. It's your naval ID, our anniversary, your lucky number. Your lucky number? Yeah, our anniversary? Come on, you didn't think I'd forget, did you? Hey, good job. Oh, is it really our anniversary? Were we dating this person? I actually don't remember. Crip, thank you so very much for the 21 months. Don't leave any love lying around. Make sure you pick it up, take it with you, pretty please. Pretty please. Oh, okay, great. I thought we were just, like, hitting on her because it's an anime game, and anime games don't have any social boundaries for reasons. Hey, good job. Oh, wait. Before you go in, can you give me a few minutes just to tidy the place up? I was almost late for my duty shift this morning, so it's kind of a mess. Let me put some stuff away, okay? Okay. Yeah, sure. Keeping herself between you and the entrance to her room, Cassandra opens the door using a control panel to its right. As it opens, she swiftly steps through and, before it's even all the way open, closes it again using the panel on her side of the entrance. The entire time, she obstructs your view of her quarters. Thanks, I won't be long, promise. Billy apparently lives in a universe where old schoolmates get us a job and then try to jump our bones. Why, what can I say? I am quite the lunk, apparently. Who is V Lord? Vanessa. Vanessa Lord. Her last name is Lord. She's Lieutenant Lord. She's the person we met on the bridge. Oh, you might have not been here, but we just met her. A few minutes pass, and you continue to stand gingerly outside of Cassie's quarters. You hear the occasional footsteps coming from the foreside thoroughfare, but they all move on to other parts of the ship. Thankfully, no one stops by to ask why security is lurking. Excuse me, sorry. Let me get some coffee. Lurk away, Eternal. Thankfully, no one stops by to ask why security is lurking outside one of the operation officer's quarters. Hey, Cassie. You give the door a gentle knock, leaning against the wall, continuing to remain on lookout for anyone who may have some questions about what you're doing out there. Petition to have Lurk edit and have it be B1K Lunk. I think B1K Lunk would just have to be a different emote. I don't think if we just changed Lurk to Lunk that would look right. I'm going to put in an order for a bunch of emotes this month. I don't know when exactly. I got to get together a bunch. I'll probably try to do a batch of, I don't know, like 5 to 10 emotes or something. I didn't say replace. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like... But anyway, I want to have a bunch of emotes done for the following Next Fest, I think. We'll release them as we get subs throughout Next Fest. Maybe we can get 8 emotes. Release one a day for Next Fest. I feel like B1K Lunk would be like B1K Slam, but like with a big fucking mallet, like, or not a mallet, but like a club. Oh, that's what Lunk makes me think of, or the Legends of Lunk. And if you haven't seen that animated bit. I think that, yeah, that looks like a Lunk. Now that's a Lunk. Oh, God. Why does that, like, somehow fucking work with the hand on top of it? Ugh, I don't like it. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. How's it going in there? Oh yeah, almost done. Just give me a minute to get this sorted out. And that last pause is followed by a loud bang and the sound of a small cascade of various objects under the floor. Okay, maybe a few more minutes. You sigh and step back from the door. If anyone asks, you can always tell them that you're doing spot checks for contraband or something similar. It's just a weird mohawk. It's a normal-sized mohawk that no one would find strange at all. Done. Come in. Okay. Oh, this is clean. That's clean. Okay, great. Oh, yeah, it's wonderful. Welcome. Make yourself at... As you step through the door frame, the toe of your boot catches on a discarded pair of leggings, which are held in place by your other foot. As you begin to fall over, you reach out to catch something to stop yourself. Unfortunately, the chair you reached out for has a uniform thrown over the backrest, which slips as you grab it, bringing both the chair and the assortment of cosmetics on the seat clattering down to the floor with you. Oh no, Gun, are you okay? I'm sorry, I thought... Cassie? Yes? I thought you said you were tidying this place up? I was! Then why did I just get brained by a falling hairdryer? There was a system. There was a system, chat. Your name is Gun. Did you name yourself? Maybe. Maybe I did name myself Lieutenant Gun Dog in the game called Gun Dog. Maybe I did. Maybe I thought it was really funny. Everybody... Look, okay, we were partway into the wheel. I was losing my fucking mind. Anyway, there was a system. You get back to your feet and right the chair as Cassie quickly grabs the assorted bottles and tubes that fell down with you, placing them randomly back on any nearby surface. You almost launch into a speech about securely stowing possessions in case of high-speed maneuvers, but you stop yourself. Great. Yeah, the inner voices took over. Billy, is this the same lady you were talking to an hour ago? God damn it. Fuck. Fuck. Shit. Doesn't the captain ever carry out spot checks or surprise inspections? No, it's great. From what I heard, her quarters are a worse state than mine. Is that right? Okay. Cassie's bed. It currently appears to be acting as a makeshift wardrobe. Does she move all these clothes before she goes to sleep, or do they act like an extra sheet? How does she even have this much clothing on board anyway? Are those printed photographs? Aren't those cool? They're from our first date at the Europa amusement park. I took my Pixie-Cam straight to a specialist printer's the next day and got copies made. I even wrote the date on the back so I'd never forget our anniversary. Aww. That's what we look like? Wow. I thought we were some kind of lunk-looking guy. We are Lunk. Hey, he doesn't look like a lunk. Wow, I never knew you were that sentimental. Lunk-pilled, what the fuck? I knew I was onto a good thing when I... Blah, 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 blah. I knew I was onto a good thing when you held my hair back so I could barf mid-roller coaster ride. Oh my god. You don't meet many people that considerate when you're dating with the forces, let me tell you. Yeah, now that I think about it, that wasn't the most romantic date I'd ever been on. You still called me back for a second date, though. I guess I must have been pretty desperate. Hey! Joking, joking. Let's see. Computer? Can't look at the jackets. There's that hairdryer. Okay, computer. Like everything else in this room, this terminal appears to be in use as extra storage space. Even the chair is covered in stuff. Since Cassie's in operations, you'd think she'd make more use out of her terminal than anyone else on board, but I can't see how she uses it like this. Oops. Next time I'll keep my wits about me for any inadvertent booby traps before I come in. Oh, what's this? The front panel of a storage unit looks like it's barely managing to stay shut. Could that be what the bang was earlier? Yeah, probably. Can we use this? I don't know how much stuff Cassie stuffed in there, but I think if I open it, that it may never close again. Just the photographs. She said that she'd... Oh, yeah. That's the number. What's up, Galaxy? How you doing today? She wrote our anniversary, November 2nd, on the back to remember it by. I love sport. It's my favorite sport. It's a pretty good sport. I've still got the rest of the ship to check out. I don't think there's time for that right now. Can't use bed. Okay. Talk to Cass. So, how are you finding the Gundog so far? Enjoying the tour? Yeah, the ship's pretty much the same as every other one I've ever been stationed on. The tour is first class, though. Maybe if working in naval operations doesn't work out, you could start your own business as a tour guide back on Europa Colony? You think so? Definitely. You seem to have all the insider knowledge already, and you've only been stationed here a few days. Imagine all the insider knowledge you could share about Europa Colony. Yeah, you're right. And over here we have the statue of the workers who built this colony. If you sneak around the back, you can get inside the plinth and hide from colony security if they catch you and your friends hanging out in the park after it's shut. And then again, you don't think that's the kind of thing people would want to know? Maybe a bit more about the workers first. Anyway. We kind of already answered this question. Transferred from the Reliant. That's a ship in Star Trek as well, the Reliant, isn't it? Is that the ship that, like, Data gets transferred to? And he captains briefly? The Reliant? Anyway, I can't remember. That's a ship from Wrath of Khan. Oh, okay. I think there were several Reliants. It's the okay, yeah, but the one from Wrath of Khan is probably the one that I'm thinking of. Nerd! What a nerd! Get this nerd out of here talking about nerd shit. They were very reliant on that name, yeah, of course. You're right. So about your transfer from the Reliant. I know. We don't need to have this conversation. I've already had it from Captain Singh in my dismissal and from one of the senior resource officers. You're wasting your potential. You'd make an excellent captain if you took your duties seriously. Your academy scores were excellent. I wasn't going to give you the speech. One of the only good things about not having parents is that I don't have to hear it from them, too. Jesus. Hey, Cassie. And it's the absolute worst hearing it from you because I know that out of everyone, you're probably the only person that really cares. I wasn't going to give you the big speech about it. I figured you'd already had it from everyone else. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I figured you were feeling worse than you let on. It's gonna be okay, you know. A ship like this isn't the worst place to be for a while. And if things work out okay, you can always put in for a transfer back to a bigger ship. The JCF is still building up its navy, so there will be loads of opportunities. If that doesn't work out, there's still your career as a tour guide back on Europa. Yeah, calm down, Cassandra. Yeah, you know it. I'd probably make a better tour guide than a ship operator anyway. I think you'd be a great at whatever you decide to do, and whatever that is, I'll be here to support you through it. Yeah. What? Cassie? Huh. You're so cheesy sometimes. Hey. Come here. Okay. What do you got? What do you... I guess I'll double check this, but I think we already talked about this. How are you finding the Gundog so far? So you've been on the ship a few days now. How are you finding it? Okay, we're asking her. She was asking us. Right. Well, it's not too bad. Obviously, it's not like being stationed on the Reliant. It's a whole lot smaller, and there's way less people. But then there's also a lot less to do, so you get much more free time. Captain Bartermuse... Bartermuse is just such a name. Captain Bartermuse is pretty lax compared to Captain Singh. But then I get the impression that this whole crew is a bunch of burnouts. What? Not us. They're not Captain Buddock. No. They're not shooting other spaceships in the dick. In the space dick! I'm pretty sure Bartermuse is Khajiit. Yeah. Yeah. Is the captain fucking ships? Of course, Space Admiral Buddock would not fuck a spaceship. You fuck stations, obviously. Except for us. Yeah, we're not burnouts. You're right, Cassandra. I obviously didn't mean that about you. Okay, what do you want to do when we've got some shore leave? So, now that we're on the same ship, our shore leave will line up. Do you have anywhere you want to go? Anything you want to do? I hadn't thought about it. I guess this means that we'll be able to do a lot, go on a lot more dates now. Oh my god, we're gonna date. Oh, I know. Did you hear about that new colony they've added to Europa Cluster? It's got an ultra-efficient water handling plant, and the planners have included a water park. We should go as soon as it opens. A water park? What's that? You've never heard of a water park? We were just talking about going to, like, a place with roller coasters and stuff like that. Surely you understand the concept of a water park. Never. They're one of the coolest new features on the new colonies they're building. They're like lots of big swimming pools with slides and rivers and all sorts. All the e-magazines are saying that they're going to be the coolest things to do on the colonies once they're open. Pools and slides into pools? But like, really exciting. Huh. Okay, I guess when we're next docked, I'll see if I can book us some tickets. Awesome! A park of water? Impossible, yeah. Let's see. Nothing else to look at. Nothing else to interact with. I keep right-clicking, thinking it's going to deselect whatever I have selected here, but that's not how that works. Okay. Let's go to security and collect our sidearm. Central computer, engineering, engine room. We could do those things too, but let's go to the armory first. As the two of you leave the central hub behind you and travel down the aft side thoroughfare, the hum of the engines continues to grow louder. You'd effectively filtered the noise out of the rest of the ship, but as you got closer to the rear, its volume increased considerably. Are the engines supposed to be that loud? Are the what? I said, are the engines supposed to be that loud? What? The what? I said, are the engines? I heard you the first time. I'm just messing with you. Oh my god. Damn it. You could have fooled me. I've never been on a ship where the engines are so noticeable. Is it supposed to be like that? What? Supposed to? No, not really, but the Gundog is a Swift class, a type of patrol ship that's designed for rapid response. We got pranked again. You'll have to speak up. I'm wearing shoes. They're made to cover large areas of the space quickly and offer basic assistance to ships in distress. That, or be first on the scene to gather intel and issue warnings if anyone comes too close to Jovian space. Which means, design-wise, they're prioritized speed above everything else. I guess the best way to sum it all up is that the Gundog is basically a huge set of engines with a tiny ship strapped to them. That's reassuring. Oh, it's fine. It just means there's no space for systems like motion dampeners or soundproofing. You'll miss it when you leave. Yo, what's up, Kudo? Happy Monday. I'm sorry you're probably back to work. Armory. You swipe your keycard through the card reader set into the terminal by the armory's door. There's a slight delay, but quickly enough, the terminal flashes the message, "Access granted," and the door slides open. Oh my god, look at all these guns! The first thing you notice about the armory is that the benches and lockers remind you of the changing rooms from the training center back at the military academy on Europa Colony. This is gonna be like Space Station 13. We're the security officer, and we're gonna get all geared up, and then we're gonna take over the fucking ship. As you walk past them, you take a closer look and realize that they're the same kind of benches used on the larger ships you've been stationed on. The ones with sport facilities and changing rooms on board. Can't wait till the clown shows up, yeah. We're already here. Instead of sports clothing and equipment, these lockers are filled with a selection of combat gear, from body armor or electroshock weapons to a variety of small and light weapons. The first time I played SS-13, I tried to experiment on the monkeys, but I accidentally slapped them and they went berserk, knocking me out and escaping to the ship at large. Oh my god.
Welcome to B1K Live.
I haven't really played very much. I only played a little bit of Space Station 13, like 17 years. I don't know, a long time ago, forever ago. Yo, Eden, thank you so very much for the tier 3, 41 months. Don't leave any of the love lying around. Make sure you pick it up, take it with you, pretty please. But one of my friends used to play a lot of Space Station 13 during the time that I played a lot of the DayZ mod. And basically we would like swap stories because we always had like crazy stories of shit that happened. And so he would tell me about all these insane runs. And I would tell him about all the crazy shit that happened in DayZ. It's shocking that Aurum was the mad scientist and slapping monkeys. You know, this is the first time I've ever actually been inside a ship's armory. That's not really surprising. It's only the security detail that would have access. Even in a situation where a ship's expecting to encounter a boarding party, it's security's responsibility to distribute weaponry to the crew in advance. It's to ensure there's no panic and that crew don't get a hold of weaponry they're not trained to use. Huh. That's standard regulation. You should know that. Well... All I remember from my firearm training was when I dropped my electroshock weapon and accidentally zapped one of the other girls from operations. God damn it, Cassandra. Well, your mother's wrong, Eden. That was such a terrible run. Everything went wrong. Nibbles died to heat exhaustion in a reactor. He flushed the coolant on. Oh, my God. I accidentally shot Sash. Y'all took my gun and tried to shoot me with it and shot himself in the head. Space Station 13 is nuts. I think with a small group, it's a really good time. Yeah, I don't really have any, like I said, I haven't even... I don't even know if it's the same, if Space Station 13 is the same as it used to be. So I'm just familiar with, like, the very old version, so I don't know if it's, like, a new kind of a thing now. Kind of like RuneScape, where it's, like, the current RuneScape is not the same as old school RuneScape, and like old school RuneScape is still not even exactly the same as like the original RuneScape. It's just like a newer version of the of an older version, not the oldest. I don't know how it works. It definitely seems like, I mean, like any kind of those like kind of games that allow for crazy shit to happen and like a lot of RP. It seems pretty cool. The key seems to be that no one has to know what they're doing. Well, yeah, probably either everybody needs to know what they're doing or nobody has to know what they're doing. Kind of a situation. Or at least not... Like, if you have one person that has absolutely no idea what's going on with a bunch of people that are, like, super... sweaty tryhards, then it's probably not going to be very fun for that one person, I'd guess. But I don't know. A comedy of errors is the best. Sure, sure. Also, I remember that there was this arcane procedure to make it work. Did they change that? I have no idea. There are also 8 people streaming it, and Zest is trying to keep you all alive. Let's see. Cassandra says, our trainer made me use a hand crank battery charger to recharge all the power packs as punishment. Cassandra was out there cranking it. Just like Wobbly with that laser pistol. Cranking it on the throne, cranking it on the toilet. Unbelievable. That must have taken forever. You bet. But you should have seen my gun show afterwards. Pew pew. Pew pew. Pew pew. Which reminds me, the captain said I was authorized to collect my sidearm. I should get it whilst I'm here. Accessing a weapon locker sends an automatic alert to the bridge. Even if I wanted to examine the weaponry, I wouldn't want to set off the alarm up there without telling them anyone what I was doing. What? Okay, I guess let's look first. This locker contains electroshock weapons. They're non-lethal and intended to be used for crew control in case of mutiny or violence that breaks out for some other reason. Okay, got it. Spacesuits in here are for the ship's security detail. They're a little bit more robust than the suits handed out to the rest of the crew, for obvious reasons. But aside from that, they don't offer much tactical advantage. This locker contains a variety of small arms and light weapons. They're only for use against external hostile forces. Even then, their stopping power is relatively low because of the dangers of using live rounds inside of a ship. You know, if they used rounds that were like in Babylon 5, that were specifically intended to be used inside of a space station, then you could have them not pierce the hull but still be effective versus flesh. This is the weapons locker to the electroshock weapons. I'm authorized to take one small weapon from here as a part of my role as security officer. This one will do. We did it. You got an electroshock gun, and it's also a revolver. What's that? It's just my standard issue duty weapon for my role as security officer. Fires a barbed projectile that contains a miniature battery. It's non-lethal, but more than enough to stop someone in their tracks. I see. You can't have one. No, Cassandra. Absolutely not. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's a revolver taser. Yeah, apparently. Engine room, engineering, central computer. Move to engineering. Give her the gun, Billy. No! We're giving the gun to Riggs. Everybody knows that. Oh no, not Riggs. Riggs deserves the gun. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, Riggs. Yeah. Evil Riggs? There is no evil Riggs. There's just Riggs and stupid Riggs. As the two of you continue through the aft thoroughfare, the thrum of the engines grows louder still. What? The featureless paneling that has made up the majority of the ship's interior quickly gives way to visible pipes and conduits, and eventually the smooth flooring transitions to grating, revealing more workings underfoot. Finally, the thoroughfare leads into one huge open chamber filled with masses of machinery. Terminal panels set into the side of various apparatus cycle through different readings, the light from the screens reflected off of ducts and valves. All this equipment is separated by a grid of catwalks and access ladders. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is right. This is central engineering. Pretty much every system aside from the engines themselves and central computer can be found in this room. All in one place? Isn't that a little risky? Well, a Swift-class ship relies on absolutely minimal crew. The Gundog only has 2 engineers. I think they figured it'd be easier on them if everything that was important was kept in one place. That way they don't have to run from one end of the ship to another to get all their repairs done if something goes wrong. Huh. You certainly know a lot about ship engineering. What can I say? I'm a pretty talented individual. Yes, Cassandra. Oh yeah? Whilst we're here, you can share some of that knowledge. What's that over there? That's the Phalenic Conversion Unit. And what's that? Oh, that's the omnifaceted Wayne shaft. Oh, man, I do love me an omnifaceted Wayne shaft. Oh, boy. Uh-huh. What about that? That's the turbo encabulator? That's the turbo encabulator. No. It's a retro encabulator. I showed you my Wayne shaft. Please respond. Responds with turbo encabulator. Every day's a school day. I'm head of operations, not chief engineer, okay? I don't need to know what... Hey, no one better be screwing around up there. You both jump as a stern voice barks at you from below. Looking down, you see through the grating that there's another catwalk situated below the one you're stood on, with a crew member moving at speed towards the ladder that joins the two walkways. I swear, if I find out so much as a single terminal rate out of place, I'm stuffing the two of you in the organics processing system. If I have to retrieve one more pen from behind the compressors, I don't know what this person looks like, but we're about to find out that they sound like, but we already know what they sound like. So they're gonna look like something. The crew member continues to grumble as they ascend. Oh no, she's so hot! Oh crap! Quinn, you better not be here to tell me that your favorite pen has somehow fallen into the system block again. Fuck Cassandra, new girlfriend unlocked. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Get out of here, Cassandra. I don't want to look at you anymore. Let's talk to mommy some more. What happened to her voice, Billy? I don't know, but I'm not going to voice it like that. She's too beautiful. No, Chief. I got it right here. Damn straight you do. Now make sure you hang on to that one or you're going to need someone to pull you out of the system block instead. And who's this? Our wayward security officer? You got a name there? I have a name. You're not gonna believe this because I'm serving on the Gundog ship. Listen, I know it's gonna sound crazy. You quickly throw a sharp salute at the woman in front of you without even checking her rank first. I checked her rank. It's above mine, I'll tell you that. Not only does she loom over you physically, but you quickly pick up a force of personality that feels like it adds an extra 6 inches to her considerable stature. Her rank S+. Lieutenant Dog, security officer for the JFS Gundog, ma'am. Yo, what's up, Afro? How you doing today? Big tired? Who needs sleep? Nobody needs sleep. Sleep's for quitters. You want to get some art done? Yeah, you gonna do some art? Awesome. What does that say behind her? Low Donger? I think it says low danger. I don't know. Afro's art fucking rules. I 100% agree. Click use and then Mackenzie for science. I don't know. I don't want to upset her. My elbow isn't hurting anymore. Oh, that's great. Feel like I can get some stuff done without it bothering me. Hell yeah. Less of that man business, dog. Name's Mackenzie Cathays, chief engineer. But that's chief to you. Okay, whatever you say, mommy. I mean, chief. Sorry. Chief. Yes, Chief. Damn straight. Chief Mommy. Thanks, Chief Mommy. Damn straight. Now, what are the two of you doing in engineering? I was just giving Lieutenant Dog a tour of the ship, Chief. That's so. You've never been on a ship before, Lieutenant? First assignment? Never on a Swift class, Chief. I've only served on strike or supply classes to date. Is that so? Which strike vessels? The JFS Victory and the JFS Thunderbolt, Chief. Victory and Thunderbolt, huh? Don't think either of those two are less than 3 years old, so probably wouldn't have seen what the new streamlined distribution systems... Or wouldn't have seen what the new streamlined distribution system... Oh, okay. Yeah. I wonder if you would have seen the power coils, though. I think the Victory was part of that production. You and Cassandra exchange a quick, nervous glance as the Chief, who'd previously seemed like she was about to physically throw both of you out of engineering, suddenly begins a conversation with herself. You continue to stand to a nervous attention as she ruminates about ship components. Chief, is there anything I can help you with about those ships? Anything you need help with, Chief Mommy? Oh, Lieutenants, didn't realize you were still here. No, you're off the hook, dog. We're off the hook, dog. Not unless you can tell me whether the Victory was outfitted with the 3rd generation B-Pack upgrades anyway. I don't know. Sorry, Chief. Don't think I could. I wonder if that's because the retrofitting takes into account space availability in the ship's interior for minimal transverse impact. Although maybe it could be that it takes... I think now would be a good time for us to move on. Good idea. Well, that's all, Chief. We'll just be going now. Oh, yeah. Sure. Just don't let me catch you screwing around in here again. Wouldn't dream of it, Chief. Thanks, Chief Mommy. Okay. Can we... actually still look at stuff, or are we going to get actually kicked out of here? There's so much going on here that I've got no idea what anything is. This could be a waste processing unit, or it could be... life support. Oh, sorry, Chief. What was that? This unit's part of the life support system. To be exact, this part is an assessment center of sorts. It continuously samples the atmosphere on board the ship to ensure that it's an optimum level to keep us all alive. Oh, that's good. Oh. Huh. Oh, we got something to look at down here. That door leads to the central computers room. It contains the ship's mainframe that all the ship's terminals are connected to. It also runs the majority of the ship's hardware. There's a primary access terminal located in there too that gives access that no other terminal in the ship offers, but for security only the captain has the use of it. Great. Thanks for the heads up, Chief. Cassandra's getting pissed. That door leads to one of the ship's engine rooms. Man, Chief Mommy really likes interrupting Cassandra. There's another engine room on the other side of the ship. It's not exactly an efficient layout when you're running tests on the systems, but it's what they thought would work best in terms of keeping a Swift compact. Oh, thanks, Chief. Oh, Cassandra's getting pissed. Hey, is this one of them there naughty anime games? God, now that we've met Chief Mommy, I really fucking hope so. Why does she have Mario gloves on? She's an engineer. Okay, let's try talking to the chief here again. Yes, Lieutenant. Well, Chief, I was just stopping by to, pretty... Tell me, dog, what is it that the ship security officer on a vessel with only 10 crew does all day? Oh, so that is... Because I'll tell you what a chief engineer does. A chief engineer spends every damn minute of the day trying to keep pace with all the systems on board this vessel, making sure they're all running absolutely flawlessly. You know why? It's because if I don't, then it's a thin line between optimum comfort and a horrific death in the cold expanse we call space. Thanks for keeping us alive, Chief. So I'll be frank, Lieutenant. I didn't know your name was Frank, Chief. Unless you're about to help me redirect these condensers while I refresh the primary moisture chamber, then I don't know what's going to come from you hanging around and distracting me. Understood? Yes, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Well done. If you really want to do something, you can go and check up with the junior engineer in the hangar. Kid's probably slowed down since I last put the fear of the void into him. Oh, God. Wow. I'll be frank, Lieutenant. Okay, Chief. I'm up for a bit of roleplay. Yeah. Speaking of Lieutenant Frank, we watched the new Naked Gun, on like New Year's Day or something like that, I think. And I don't know if anybody else has seen it, but I thought it was pretty darn good. I was surprised that it was actually pretty good. I thought it was going to be bad. But Kuro and I both enjoyed it. Yeah, if you like the originals, I think that you should actually try the new one with Liam Neeson. I was very pleasantly surprised that they actually did a decent job with it. We streamed it. Yeah, I think it was available on, like, I don't know if we watched it on Tubi or what. Something. But either way, yeah, pleasantly surprised that that was good. We also watched the new Knives Out movie. The did Wake Up Dead Man or some shit like, I don't fucking know, the new Knives Out one, whatever that one was. That was pretty good too. I was worried it was going to be bad, but they mostly managed to keep the same kind of humor. Yeah, I was very impressed. Like in a world where frequently that's just like kind of cash grabby, not very well made remakes and or sequels to things. Just, yeah, very pleasantly surprised. Yep. Probably not as many background jokes as in the original, maybe. But I don't know. The thing is, it's like based on one watch, I would say that there is definitely some, but just not like a ton. I like the Knives Out movie. It's still one is still my favorite, but I like this one more than 2. Yeah, I like this one more than 2 as well. 2 is still fine, but like, yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like, 1 is the best. I think the third one is better than 2, but 2 is also still good. Let's see. So we're supposed to go to engines and talk with the newbie here. The two of you watch from around the corner as Chief Cathays, continuing to mutter to herself, paces back and forth, checking terminal readouts and various displays. For B-Movie night over the weekend as well, we watched From Beyond and Scanner Cop. And Scanner Cop is the only... Kuro and I have not seen Scanners, but I know that's like the Cronenberg movie. That's like the first one of the series, and Scanner Cop is like a fifth movie of like a series of them. But Scanner Cop's the only one that we've seen. But Scanner Cop's great, and From Beyond is pretty good too. They definitely it was a good B-Movie night showing for sure. It's movie night tonight as well. If there's nothing to watch on GDQ that we feel like watching, then I think it's my movie pick tonight. And if that's the case, then I'm going to choose the third in the series of those samurai movies that we've been watching. The first one being Twilight Samurai. Second one we watched is Hidden Blade, and I don't remember what the third one is called. But the first two are really good. They're kind of like period samurai movies that are less about... They're not like typical kind of action-adventure samurai films. They're a bit more dramatic and kind of highlighting the perhaps not so pleasant, not very wealthy samurai kind of lives and things like that. But anyway, Twilight Samurai was like a pretty big movie, and the second one was very good, The Hidden Blade. They're not like it's not like a trilogy. They're just like, they're not like directly related with each other or anything like that. But anyway, very good so far. So I'm curious how the third one is going to be. Okay, so the chief's muttering to herself. Eventually, she heads down the ladder that she'd climbed to confront you. Now out of sight, Cassandra darts towards the engine room, gesturing you over. Checking over your shoulder in case the chief has reappeared, you make your way to her, just in time for the doorway to the engine room to open and Cassandra to disappear inside before you can raise an objection. Well, it's got to be better than staying here with the chief. What? I want to stay here with this chief forever. I want to be an engineer now. I quit security. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it, Happy Matt. The room you find yourself in is a similar size to the area you just left, but whilst that was crammed full of a huge range of machinery, this room is almost entirely filled by one colossal cylindrical device. Yeah, that's a pretty big cylindrical device. Yeah, it's pretty big. I don't want to say too much about it, but it's got Adam Driver and Bill Murray in it. Cool. Yeah, I guess that cylindrical device is pretty big, but I've seen bigger. The pulse of the engine is now a tangible sensation as the vibrations it emits shake your whole body. So this is the main engine. Well, one of them anyway. Like Chief said, the ship's outfitted with two of these. I see what you mean now when you said the gun dog's a huge set of engines with a ship strapped onto them. This thing's massive. A big cylindrical lunk. I know. I look at it and I feel like you could probably fit the rest of the ship into this room if the engines weren't here. That's because it's impossible to get the Higgs field distortion drive any smaller. Ooh. Hi, Chief. Ah! Chief! Chief! I know you said, So these engines are actually combining nuclear pulse engines built around a Higgs field distortion drive. If the HFDD wasn't there, this engine would be about 10 times smaller than it is. Although, I hear they've managed to improve the efficiency of newer NPEs, so it's possible that the space saving could be more like 11 times smaller. Not the Higgs field distortion drive. Yeah, it's a crucial component to space travel, Dolphin. We couldn't travel without it. Devastating, yeah. How's your day going, Dolphin? Can either of you two tell me how an HFDD works? Fuck, no, I wasn't ready for a quiz, Chief. I'm sorry. Chief Mommy, not like this. HFDD? Higgs field distortion drive. What are they teaching you at the Academy? It's the drive that allows ships to move far beyond speeds allowed by conventional engines, although it's nowhere near faster than light. It's what lets us get around the solar system without needing to worry whether we'll live long enough to see the end of the journey. Anyway, everyone knows about the existence of the Higgs field. It's what allows interactions with the Higgs boson that gives particles their mass. Oh, right. Right. I heard someone say that something isn't sci-fi if the tech explanations aren't realistic enough. I'm like, are you sure you don't have that backwards? So what the drive does is warp the field relative to the ship and those on board. By doing this, it displaces the mass to a different area of space, but within the same relative. As the Chief continues on her explanation, you glance at Cassandra and see a thinly veiled look of terror on her face. You can't blame her, as you feel much the same way, caught in this impromptu lecture. Then, because the particles retain their relationship with each other, the general perception is that things are the same as normal. However, from an exterior perspective, the lecture drags on and you quickly lose track of the Chief's explanation. Although you recognize the words she's saying, you can no longer make sense of the context, and they come to seem like a meaningless string of sounds. Oh, boy. That happens anytime the Chief talks. I just can't. Does that make sense? Yeah, so the field's it's got the mass, which is pushed. No. How do I put it? Okay, so imagine that space is a ketchup packet and you're the sauce. Okay? I'm into it. The sauce? Right, the sauce. Now what the distortion drive does, it's like a thumb on the universe of the packets. It's like a balloon, and then something bad happens. Not something bad. It moves the sauce around by changing the shape of the packet to push the sauce. The sauce. It's under the sauce. The packet is the universe. We're the sauce, and the drive is a thumb? You've got it. You quickly glance back to Cassandra and meet her eyes as she's doing the same thing. You know for certain that neither of you have got it. And that's why these engines have to be so big, to house that drive. Oh, it all makes sense now. I see, yes, definitely. Billy, I would like you to still be talking to the Chief in an hour. I could listen to the Chief explain things to me all day. Great. Well, now that you appreciate the science behind it, I won't have to throw you out of here. Great. Thanks, Chief. Anytime. Just remember, Lieutenant. Yes, Chief? Screw with anything and I'll throw you out of the airlock instead. You got it, Chief. Yes, Chief. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. We found him in a crate with a crushed pelvis. He was also, for some reason, covered in mech oil. Sauce? Sauce, Cassandra. Were you not paying attention? Get the Chief back in here. Have her start yelling at Cassandra. I hope that's what she said. I'm looking at everything. One of the ship's 2 engines. Apparently it's that big because it's a combination of a standard nuclear pulse engine and a Higgs field distortion drive. I think I almost lost consciousness when the Chief was explaining it to me. Oh, something down there? Oh, no, I can't. So we're the sauce. Right. And the universe is the packet? I thought that the field was the packet. No, the packet's the universe. The thumb is the Higgs field drive. But then is the field the universe? Or the universe the field? God damn it. Uh-oh. We're going to have some very theoretically challenging meal times. Okay. I guess there's nothing else to look at here. I could shoot the gun, an electroshock gun. It uses non-lethal rounds to deliver 50,000 volts to the target. It's intended for use against the crew in case of violence that can't be de-escalated. Okay. You swipe your keycard through the card reader set into the terminal by the door leading into the central computer. The door doesn't open, and instead you hear a harsh tone from the terminal, which is now displaying an error message. Uh-oh. Looking at its screen, you see a message displayed in a large flashing letters. Access denied, insufficient authority. Oh. Oh, even with your security clearance, you won't be able to go into the main computer room. Because the staff is so small, the ship's computer handles a lot of tasks that would normally be done by the crew. It controls a lot of really sensitive functions, so only the captain and the operations team are allowed access. Oh? I don't think any of the ships I've been on had a computer system like this. The bigger ships usually have their computing distributed among multiple systems across the ship. But, because they also got larger crews, there's more that the people on board are responsible for. I think that because the Swift class is so small, there's such a limited crew that they need to assign more functionality to the computer. I wonder if maybe I should turn the text speed up. Because of that, it's a lot more vital that no one screws around with it. I see. You said that operations have access. Can we take a look at using your authority? Well, since the whole reason I'm here is that I didn't exactly take my responsibilities with the Reliance computer system seriously, the captain's told me not to mess around with it. Ah. But it's not all that interesting anyway. Okay. Captain's quarters. Captain's quarters sits at the end of the corridor, differentiated from the other doors in the corridor. Like the others in the corridor, it displays the occupant's name, in this case, Captain Myers Bartmuse. Bartermuse. Even in your role as security officer, there are a few rooms on the ship that you don't have access to. The captain's quarters is one of them. There's nothing for you to do right now, so you turn back. With Cassandra leading the way, the two of you leave the captain's quarters behind you and step into the crew quarters, corridor 2. Cassandra pauses for a moment, looking left and then right before turning back to face you with a smile on her face. Well, that's it, Gunn. Consider yourself officially acquainted with all there is to be acquainted with on board the one and only JFS Gundog. We're Lieutenant Gunn. I was led to believe that there would be a dog with a gun. We have a gun, and our name is Dog. Gun Dog. I hope you enjoyed the tour. I did. It's probably up there in my top 5 ship orientations. Top 5? Okay, you're right. Top 3. What? Maybe a triple shift to start your time aboard the Gundog is more to your taste. Well, that did happen to me on board the Thunderbolt, so if that didn't happen, I guess it'd definitely be my favorite orientation ever. What a coincidence! It looks like your schedule's clear until tomorrow morning. Hooray! Whoa, in that case, 5 stars, great tour, especially the guide. Cassandra's happy. Now that the tour's over, your duties don't formally begin until tomorrow. So if you want, we can take another look at anywhere on the ship, or if you want to call it a day, that's cool too. I think I'll call it a day. We've looked at everything. I think that's enough for now. I should probably go over the mission logs for tomorrow and get an early night. I know the captain seems pretty relaxed, but I don't want to make a habit of late starts. But what if we saw the engineering chief again for 7 hours? Yeah, let's do that. I don't think you saw the chief's quarters. I want to see the chief's quarters. So responsible. I've got the late shift tonight, so maybe I'll get a nap in too. The two of you leave crew quarters, corridor 2, behind you as you both head back to your quarters. Cassandra being on board has been a huge surprise, but having spent this time with her, you found that all the anxiety you've been feeling when you boarded has disappeared completely. You continue to chat casually about your schedules, the mission, and your plans for your next shore leave. Eventually, you reach the 4-side thoroughfare and you turn down the corridor that leads to your quarters. Okay, I'll see you soon then. Well, look who it is. The Kaliki Coward. What? You don't even need to look beyond Cassandra to know who's standing at the entrance to the corridor. Although you'd recognize the mocking tone anywhere, the real giveaway is the nickname. One you'd thought that you'd escaped a long time ago. Oh, man. Oh, fuck. Who the fuck is this douche? Hanson Cruis, or as you knew him, Kaliki 3. Of the members of the Kaliki squadron who'd taken part in the battle, he'd been the only one to return. Even then, that had only been after the ceasefire had been signed, a full 13 hours after he'd launched. From what you heard from other crew members, he'd survived by playing a game of cat and mouse with the enemy forces in a debris field. By shutting down the majority of his systems and hiding amongst the wreckage, he'd been able to launch surprise attacks, taking down his pursuers one by one. God damn. When he came back to the Kaliki and saw your armored frame still suspended from its restraints, he instantly blamed you for the squad being wiped out. Fuck. If you'd taken off when you were supposed to, he argued, the squadron would have been at full strength, enough to survive the surprise attack. No amount of technical data or arguing that it had been physically possible for you to launch would change his mind. The destruction of the Kaliki squadron was on your hands. The worst bit was that you weren't entirely sure that he was wrong. Damn. Oh, that's right, Haru. We met Haru before. What's up, Lieutenant Gunn? You're not thinking of finishing your first day without meeting an old friend, right? When Haru came and told me that some lieutenant called Gundog was our new security officer, I had to come and take a look. Yeah, Haru's pretty too. No way could it be that wimp from back on Kaliki. Had to be dishonorably discharged for dereliction of duty. But I guess the JCF's so desperate that they'll hang on to anybody, no matter how much of a screw-up they are. How'd you end up here, dog? They decided you couldn't handle a full-size ship, so they had to put you on the smallest crew they could find. You instinctively make your hands into fists, but unclench them quickly before Hansen notices. You haven't been stationed on the same ship as him since the Kaliki, but you'd run into him a few times on board the colonies whilst you were both on shore leave. Each time it ended badly. Is he insulting himself too? I mean, I don't think he thinks that he is, maybe. I think we'll say nothing. I feel like we're probably still in the guilty kind of feeling, kind of rushing back here of meeting this guy. You almost lash out at Hansen, but stop yourself before you do. The two of you are on ship together, whether you like it or not, and the last thing you want to do is let him know that he can get a rise out of you so easily. You fight the urge to just draw your electroshock weapon here and now. It'd be easy to put an end to this that way, you think, but you know that in the long term it'd probably be the worst decision you could make. Yeah, probably not a great idea. Instead, you grit your teeth and say nothing. What's the matter, Lieutenant? Nothing to say for yourself? Or are you trying to dodge a fight? I guess that's what you do best, right? Brother. See what I was saying, Aru? Lieutenant here is a coward and has been since day one. Won't fight, won't even stand up for himself. Stop embarrassing me in front of Haru! Come on! Ensign Cruz, you stop this right now. Lieutenant Dog is... Huh. Can't stand up for yourself, so getting this ditz to do it for you. Is it, Lieutenant? God damn it. Cruz, you stop this right now and apologize, or I'll order Lieutenant Dog to throw you into solitary and write you up myself. You're welcome to try, Lieutenant Commander, but I don't think your security officer's got it in him to even try. You think you can take me on, dog? Strong and silent. Remind Hansen that orders are orders. Show him you mean business. I feel like if we say orders are order, no matter what we do, he's probably gonna just fucking... He's just gonna fucking turn it around on us, I imagine. I think it's meant to be pronounced Cruz. It's like a Welsh pronunciation. I mean, that would also make sense because he's definitely very Tom Cruise. I'm gonna choose orders, but I think no matter what we pick here, he's just gonna be a dick. You step up to Hansen and place your hands on your hips, squaring directly up to him. You look into his eyes and wait for him to blink. You put your hands on your hips and just start hip thrusting at him. Hey, what are you gonna do now, Hansen? A few 10 seconds pass, but eventually he blinks first. You hold on to the sigh of relief for now. Ensign Cruz, that's a request from a senior officer. I suggest that you don't force Lieutenant Commander to make it an order. You're so close that you can feel Hansen's hot breath on your face as he exhales through his nose and smirks. Why is that? Worried about what you'll have to do when I disobey it? Come on, Lieutenant. What's it gonna be? You gonna show me who's boss on board this ship? You gonna make me obey that order? You want to think long and hard about what you're gonna do, Lieutenant. Never knew what you're gonna need when you're gonna need a friend like me. I mean, we're all crewmates here, right? I'm not heartless. I'll even help losers like you out if you've done me a solid or two. So maybe you should act like a professional for once? Or are you gonna do something stupid and show the Lieutenant Commander that you're just as much of a screw-up as she is? Oh my god, this guy sucks. You take a deep breath and we're gonna stand up to him. We're not gonna just fight him. That's not what we should do, I don't think. With Hansen's breath hot on your face, you do everything you can to not bat an eye at the last comment, but despite your best effort, your hands are clenched into fists. As much as you'd like to put 50,000 volts through him for insubordination and insulting a senior officer, you know that would be letting him win. Instead, you glare into the ensign's eyes for a few more seconds. You can almost feel Hansen's hatred for you radiating from him like an aura, and it takes all the bravado you can muster to not step down. The two of you stand like this for longer than you'd like until... Would you two knock it off already? I'm on duty this evening, and I don't want to have to update the captain that both our new security officer and the lead pilot are in the sick bay, all because their egos are too big to be on the same ship together. So both of you stand down. That's an order. Both you and Hansen are taken aback for a moment, like two school children who've been caught in the playground squabble. You turn from Cassie to Hansen and back, trying to come up with something to say. Similarly, Hansen's air of machismo has been dented by this surprised outburst. No, I don't want to hear it from either of you. You're both in the JCF, so maybe you should start acting like it. Ensign Cruz, I want you to report to the chief at 0400. You're helping her clean out the organic processing filters. As for you, Lieutenant Dog, we'll discuss this later. Hey, what? You can't... Ensign! Piss off! That's an order. For the first time since you've met him, Hansen looks lost for words. He stands there for a moment, mouth agape. Yeah, Lieutenant Commander, I hear you loud and clear. Hansen thrusts both of his hands into his jacket pockets, turning on his heel and heading away towards the thoroughfare. Is she your superior? Yes, she is. She's Lieutenant Commander. He cocks his head, gesturing to Haru to follow him as he leaves. Before the pair are fully out of sight, he turns back to face the two of you. Good thing someone on this crew is able to keep everyone in line. Doesn't seem like our security officer's up to the task. Motherfucker! Hansen! You listen here, you fucking piece of shit! I will name a crew full of humans. Hansen and FTL invent them all into fucking space! With this parting shot fired, both Haru and Hansen disappeared around a corner. You and Cassie stand there watching the space where they'd been. Cassie crosses her arms as she taps her foot furiously. What an absolute dick! I told you he's a real... And you? What was that performance all about? I told you about him. He doesn't back down. You've got to... I know, but you can't let him get to you like that, otherwise he'll just keep coming time after time again until one of you does something that they regret. I didn't go off the handle. You pause for a moment and feel your cheeks grow flush. You're suddenly filled with a sense of shame for being caught out acting so childishly. What's up, April? How you doing today? Man, dude, you were asking what this game's all about. Basically, we're serving on this ship after having kind of not like we're kind of a disgraced soldier that didn't take part in combat. It wasn't really our fault, though. Combination of our panic and technical malfunction stopped us from going into battle, and everybody else in the team died. So this is basically us serving on a ship after that event. You know you messed up when Cassandra has a point. Yeah, when Cassandra goes from her typical lackadaisical nature to actually having a point and, like, putting us both in line, I guess we're fucking up, aren't we? Hey, don't worry about it. I know what the two of you have been through, and to be honest, I'd figured he was a real asshole from the moment I met him. Plus, he's going to be busy helping the chief clean out those filters for the next month. So don't worry too much about running into him anytime soon. Still feeling a bit sheepish about your behavior in front of Cassie, you manage to smirk. Thanks for stepping in there. I shouldn't have stooped to his level. We didn't really stoop, though, but okay. Don't worry about it. Just take it easy and don't let what he said get to you. I'm going to get ready for my shift, so I'll see you soon. Sure, I guess I'll catch you in the morning. Sounds good. Oh, one more thing. What's that? Cassie steps forward, places her hands on your waist, and stands on tiptoes, raising her face up to yours. You close your eyes and tilt your head slightly in response. Kiss! At the moment that her lips meet yours, you forget everything that just happened. All you can focus on is the softness and delicate warmth. Aww. Aww. Fraternizing. We were already dating before. After a moment, Cassie slowly moves back, and you open your eyes to find her gazing at you contentedly. You both share the same gentle smile before she steps away. Sleep well, Gun. As Cassie walks away, she spins on her heels, gives you a quick wave, and then turns back, heading further down the corridor. That didn't go how I thought. I figured she was about to powerbomb you. She's not the chief. I wish she was the chief. Officer Gunn sleeping his way to the top. If we were trying to sleep our way to the top, we're definitely sleeping with the wrong person. For sure we're sleeping with the wrong person. The top is in engineering. Yeah. As you step into your quarters and head over to your bunk, the door hisses shut behind you. You stand there for a moment with the smile still on your face before you let out a sigh and sit down. Staring at nothing in particular, you mull over the day's events and Cassie's words from earlier. Big day ahead tomorrow, huh? You sigh. We'll see. What's up, Samwise? Can I get a career change really quick? Yeah, I want to be an engineer now. Can I be the chief subordinate? April 23rd, Planetary Calendar 214. 4 days have passed since the JFS Gundog departed on its mission to rendezvous with the JFS O'Brien. That in that time, her crew, including Lieutenant Gundog, have fallen into the easy rhythm of life aboard the ship. I can't believe I named my fucking character Gundog. What's up, Mystic? How you doing today? I thought you were on vacation and forgot about Patreon Day. Yeah, that's why I'm here, because I forgot about Patreon Day. Because I've been too fucking locked in with Abiotic Factor. Playing with Wobbly has been a really great time, so I wasn't thinking about it at all. So we're jamming in Patreon Day today, and I'll have the rest of the week off. Even as the Gundog enters the outer limits of Jovian space. Bipple, thanks so much for the Prime. Don't leave any love line around. Make sure you pick it up and take it with you, pretty please, Bip. All of the love. I started playing Abiotic with Kratosh. Such a great game. Yeah, it's really good. Even as the Gundog enters the outer limits of Jovian space and is due to meet O'Brien, there's little for the crew to do, and a general sense of routine permeates the atmosphere. You're making seared yellowfin tuna tonight? Nice, Mystic, nice. Outer Jovian space. Aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. You're the gun now, dog. You're just finishing the last of your coffee as a shrill series of electronic pips begins sounding from your wristwatch. Indignant and I need to get far more Serling cores later. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to have any time to hop on that Valheim stuff. But I'm glad that y'all are having a good time with it. Is this a dating sim in space? It's like a visual novel. I don't think it's like a... There's not any, like... At least not so far, anyway. There aren't, like... dating sim mechanics. But, I mean, we're only really still very early in the game, so I don't really know. Yeah, for sure, Galaxy. For sure. You're just finishing the last of your coffee as a shrill series of electronic pips begin sounding from your wristwatch. Oh boy. I don't think dating sims usually start you out already dating one of the characters. Yeah, you're probably right, I guess. How was Helldivers 2 on the weekend? Oh, it was great. I played a bunch on Friday, and then I played for like an hour on Saturday. It was really fun. I feel like I'm starting to get better at the game. Like I'm actually beginning to understand a bit of what I'm doing. It's a combination of just like actually having a little bit more understanding, but also like getting some better equipment and understanding how that works and like what I should be using against certain things, what I like using and stuff. You don't die when somebody shouts danger close. That means you're doing great. Hooray! And sometimes it's because I move out of the way. Without looking to check the time, you turn off the alarm and rise from your seat, knocking back the last of your drink once you've stood up when taking the empty cup back to the food vendor. It's easy to lose track of time on board a military ship where the light is kept at a constant level, so you rely on a series of alarms that you've programmed. You know that this one means your shift is due to start in a few minutes, giving you time to finish whatever you may be doing. You place the cup back into the vendor, where the machine latches onto it and then retracts it into a space that is quickly sealed by a sliding panel. As a sound of muffled whirring begins, you turn back to face the empty mess hall. Time to carry out the day's security checks then. Let's see. I need to stop by the fire control, the hangar, and engineering to check out that everything's going in as it should. Fire control. You still feel a little bit awkward checking on fire control as part of the security report. Although Dylan is always friendly enough, you can't help but feel like you're intruding on his personal sanctuary. It doesn't help that his headphones are so big that sort of shaking him. It's hard to get his attention. Okay, short of shaking him, it's hard to get his attention. Got it. Well, here we go. Good morning, Lieutenant. How's it going? Oh, hey, Dylan. Everything all right? I thought you'd be listening to your music. You're a pretty punctual guy, Lieutenant. So far, you've come by here the exact same time every shift. All I had to do was find which albums would last just before you got here, and now I don't need to get interrupted mid-jam. That's pretty impressive. Aren't you going to get bored of listening to the same albums every morning, though? Nah, don't worry about it. I figured out about 15 different album combinations, and that's not including changing the order of play. So I'm good for this mission. Speaking of the mission, you know the drill. Anything unusual? Nothing at all, Lieutenant. Not even a scrap of debris. I've been keeping an eye on the long-range targeting systems, and we've had a blip, but the energy readings match the O'Brien, which makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. We're so deep in Jupiter's backyard that I don't think we'll be seeing anything at all aside from the O'Brien. Pausing for a moment, as you idly shift your focus from one screen to another, a flicker on one screen catches your attention. Uh-oh. I'm not running any. I think that Galaxy and Indignant are doing some Valheim. I don't know. You can. It's not anything that I'm running, Mystic or anything like that. Pausing for a moment as you idly shift your focus from one screen to another, a flicker on one screen catches your attention. What was that? Sure. Your screen here, it's just flickered. What do those readings say? Oh, that's the long-range targeting system. It's fed with data from the long-range communication system, which has been on the fritz recently. Chief's been working on it to try to figure out where all the feedback's coming from. That's the kind of thing you should be filling me in on, Gunner D's. Gunner D's nuts. If our targeting systems aren't operating properly, then I need to make sure the captain knows. My bad, sir. Since Chief said she was on the case, I figured it was all in hand. I don't want to upset the Chief. Well, let me know next time. That's it, though? Nothing else?
B1K Live.
Sheep, thank you so very much for the Prime. Thanks for the 28 months. Don't leave any love lying around. Make sure you pick it up, take it with you, pretty please. Pretty please. Pretty please. Nothing at all. All right, keep it up, Gunner D's. Yes, sir. All the other monitors look like they're working fine. I'll have to ask the Chief about the long-range communication system. Okay. Visit the hangar next, and then engineering. What's up, Lito? How you doing today? All right, the hangar. Let's see. Although you take the first few stairs normally, by the time you reach the hangar entrance, you're skipping almost every step. Gliding through the door onto the catwalk, you grab the railing and heave yourself over it. As you continue to float lazily through the wide open space of the hangar, you start your visual checks. Walkways clear, access points marked, munitions stowed, all the equipment and supplies seem to be as they should be. You casually shift your weight from one side of your body, causing you to begin spinning slowly. As you rotate, the glare from the hangar lights reflect off an armored frame's camera lens, almost as if it was watching you. Quickly dismissing the thought, you turn your attention back to your duties. Eventually, you arrive at the other end of the hangar, where you plant your feet in the thick steel of the main door. From this angle, you can take in everything that you may have missed, including Dalton, who you can see in amongst the storage units. His attention fixed intently on a collection of parts in front of him. Cadet Dalton, attention! The junior engineer suddenly snaps to attention. The second he hears your call, inadvertently launching the pair of pliers he was holding out into the open space of the hangar. Without gravity to stop them, they continue to sail through the air. I keep thinking that you're saying dolphin. Dolphin Dalton. Dalton Dolphin. Lieutenant Dalton Dolphin. Eddie's cadet. You time your launch with the door exactly to allow yourself to grab the pliers as you float over to the startled cadet. I believe these are yours, cadet. Sir, thank you. I didn't realize you were... Relax, Dalton. I'm just doing my rounds. I'm not here to check up on you. Oh, okay, cool, yeah. Is there anything I can help you with? Just the usual. Everything okay in here? You haven't noticed any mechanical failures? Everything working how it should? Any suspicious activity? Nothing to report, sir. I've just been working on my project. Ever since Lieutenant Commander Quinn assigned Ensign Cruz to filter cleaning, it's given me a bit of extra time to finish things up. Oh, yeah? That's your high-density foam that sits rock hard, right? How's that going? That's right. It's, good. It's good. I'm hoping to get a chance to test it soon. These containers are full of the compound. I'm just about to try transferring it into some empty training rounds. You know, the ones that normally are filled with paint. The ones that the armored frame pilots use to practice in combat to show when they've hit each other. Mm-hmm. The compound's stored under pressure when it remains a liquid. When removed from that pressure, it expands quickly, and the rapid expansion sets. If I've got this right, then we can test it by firing the practice rounds at dummy targets. When the casing is destroyed, the compound should activate. Good news. Well, if there's nothing I need to know, I'll head out. Let me know if you see anything out of place. Yes, sir, I will. Although, I was wondering. What's up, Cadet? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. If you're sure, Cadet. 2 Juno models, armored frames. Remarkable for being totally unremarkable. These two have some slight differences to the ones that were around during the war, but they're basically the same machine. If there was a problem with this, it'd show up on the diagnostics that are fed through the bridge. All I need to do is a quick visual check. Everything looks fine. Everything looks in order. Some of these containers hold the compound that Dalton's been working on, but he keeps his work environment so tidy I wouldn't be able to tell you which. Tools, equipment, and supplies. Chief keeps a close eye that everything's stowed properly, and Dalton works with her to high standards. I can't see anything wrong with that right now. Okay. I got your diagnostics right here. Yeah. So there was a war. Who were we fighting? The baddies. I don't remember. We did the first little segment of the game during the Wheel-a-thon after Next Fest, so I don't know you remember. I guess let's go to engineering. Lieutenant Gundog entering main engineering. You declare the cavernous expanse of machinery and access ways that make up the engineering section. You've been instructed to announce your arrival by the chief, and since the last time you didn't, she nearly dropped a filtration unit on you to prove a point that you made sure not to forget. There's a lot of words in this game. A lot of words. Access ways clear, no visible detritus. Nothing seems to be malfunctioning. You stop midway through your visual checks. And no one's throwing heavy machinery off higher levels to teach me a lesson in proper conduct. It doesn't take you long to finish your daily checklist. The chief runs such a tight ship that you don't really expect anything less. Now that you think about it, though, she hasn't given you your daily grilling about how insulting it is that you think these daily checks are necessary in the first place. Chief, are you here? Billy One Lunk, no like words. It's just a lot. Up here, Lieutenant. We're lunking in here. It's all I know. I'm sorry. That's all I know is lunk. Chief, are you around?
You fool! You fell victim to one of the classic blunders!
Ha ha, get gifted, Harbus. Thank you so very much, Orem, for being so very generous. Me when I lunk. Just lunking out here. You better not leave any of the love lying around. Make sure you pick it up and take it with you, Orem. Thank you so very much. What a sweetie. Chief, are you around? Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here. That's weird. It's not like the chief to not be at her assigned duty station. I have to tell the captain. Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here. Look up, you idiot. I'm not an idiot. Looking up, you see the chief engineer leaning dangerously across the safety rail of a walkway a few levels above you. Behind her is a mass of cabling that's pouring out of an open panel above her. Oh, Chief, good morning. Yeah, this is Chief Mommy. Good morning yourself. I've been calling back to you this whole time. You'd forget to clean out your ears or something? Sorry, Chief, it's pretty loud in here. Nothing in here is running above a safe decibel level limit. And if you tell me otherwise, I'll come down here and recalibrate your ears. Please. Oh, no. She's going to recalibrate me. Oh, no. What am I going to do? Is this the all the girls are mean to me, the game? No, just the chief. And also there's a guy that's mean to us too. You quickly mentally calculate the time it would take for her to get down to where you are and the time that you'd need to get out of engineering. Although you fancy your chances, you wouldn't bet money or your ears on it. Everyone's so mean to me. Yeah, definitely though, Nax. She's my waifu. Oh, waifu is good. I've never heard that one before. Must be me then. Anyway, I'm just filling out the daily report, Chief. What's going on up there? What's up, Muck? How you doing today? One of those clowns at the colony dock who took part in the maintenance process must have done something stupid to the long-range communication system. For the past 12 hours, we've been picking up huge amounts of feedback. They must have made a bad connection, but I can't find it in all this shoddy wiring. Huh. That must be the system that Dylan was talking about. Are you sure there's nothing out there that could be sending a signal, a broadcast from the O'Brien, one of the reconnaissance satellites? No chance. This feedback is way too intense. Even a standard broadcast shouldn't produce this much noise. Unless maybe they calibrated the long-range system on the shortwave bands. In that case, the sensitivity would be off, so it would... Chief? Huh? Oh yeah. Like I was saying, there's nothing around here that should be kicking out a signal with this kind of capacity. It's like it's picking up something with an amplitude of frequently 10 times higher than our standard equipment. Uh-huh. Which could be the result of a processor loop. Maybe I should check out the initial conversion driver next. Okay, well, in that case, Chief, I'm gonna let the captain know, okay? Huh? I'll put that in my report for the captain, all right? Oh yeah, sure. I was gonna let her know that when I'd fixed it, but these dolts have a real number on this, so it's gonna be longer than I thought. All right, thanks for the heads up. All right, that's all the routine checks carried out. Time to report to the captain. Okay. To the bridge. I've completed the security report for today. Should I go up and give it to the captain, or should I take another look around in case I've missed anything? I guess I could check out something else. I don't know. That looks normal. Nothing fancy here. Airlock, spacesuits, airlock hatch. Let's see. She said her passcode was our anniversary, which is the 2nd of November, so that'll be 0211. You punch in the 4-digit passcode and the terminal flashes the text, "Access granted," while the door slides open. You step into Cassie's quarters, being careful not to trip on any errant clothing. Surprise! You announce to an empty room. Huh. I didn't think Cassie was on duty right now. Computer? Okay, it doesn't look like anything. That's the photo, same photo, nothing weird. Out of curiosity, can we like... Okay, we can't like use this on the computer or anything like that. That's all, maybe? Oh. Buy a chocolate bar. Let's see, a silent voice bar or a Doug and Krills. Let's go with a silent voice. You got a silent voice. We did it. Ah, an actual chocolate bar. Bar of aerated milk chocolate. Great on its own or dunked in a hot drink. It's also one of the favorites of a particular head of operations. I guess we're going to the bridge now. Definitely nothing bad's gonna happen, for sure, right? Definitely, probably, mostly nothing bad. Lieutenant Gundog, entering the bridge. You declare, stepping from the elevator and throwing a salute. Looking around the room, you see Vanessa, who remains focused at her station, not paying you the slightest bit of attention, and Cassie, who stands from her station and comes over to you, a wide smile on her face. As you remain at attention, you notice that the captain's chair is empty. At ease, Lieutenant. Captain Bartermuse isn't with us, so I'm in charge of you today. A small tut comes from Vanessa. If Cassie heard it, she doesn't show it. Is that right? I've come to make my report. That's right. Dr. Rosarium advised me that she'd suddenly taken ill. Vanessa makes another louder tutting noise. Cassie pauses for a split second, but quickly carries on. So he's ordered her to her quarters for some bed rest. Oops. We're due to enter communications range with O'Brien any moment now, and from there it's just a matter of coordinating our patrol paths. Nothing I can't handle. Right. The security report, Lieutenant. Oh yeah, of course. You clear your throat, feeling a bit awkward. Although you'd been on the ship together for the past few days, you'd mainly seen each other between shifts where rank didn't really mean much. Cassie acting seriously didn't really seem like Cassie at all. Security report for April 23rd, PC-214. No breaches or hazards to report, ma'am. No sign of immediate threats or security risks to the ship herself, and all shipboard operations proceeding as expected with little likelihood of disruption. Nothing? Well, the Chief has run into some feedback issues in a long-range communication system that are impacting the visuals in a long-range targeting system. Rank is still important off of shift, right? Yeah, that's why she's in charge. She's in charge of us. It doesn't seem to be enough to stop normal operations, though, and she's in the process of isolating the problem area to start repairs. But that's about it. Business as usual. Here's my written report. You reach into your jacket pocket and take hold of the written copy of your morning report, as well as the completed checklist. Like, she's not your McDonald's shift manager. She's leading your survival in a war operation. Yeah, I guess we're not. We're probably not really at war right now. Maybe we are. I don't know. This kind of seems a little bit like anime military-y, and not like particularly serious. I just assumed with all the war aesthetics. Yeah, it was. We were definitely in a war at the beginning of the game, but I don't really remember what the situation is that we're in at the moment exactly. I think a ceasefire was signed just before the story, according to what the loser guy said. Yeah, that's true. Hooray, no more war! Time to be super casual in the military. Hey, you can't talk to me like that. You can't call me that loser guy. What the fuck? Yes, he can. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. At the same time, you subtly shift the chocolate bar underneath the pad of paper and, holding on to both, pull them out to present them to Cassie, the silent voice obscured by the documents. Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll... Taking both off you, Cassie quickly realizes there's something in addition to the report and spots a chocolate bar underneath. Well, Lieutenant Dog, it looks like you're continuing to perform above and beyond. Tell me, though, do you have any experience with the standard communications array? You pause for a moment, unsure what Cassie's getting at. Everyone in the JCF has at least rudimentary knowledge of how to work a ship's communications array. Are you a literal dog? No, when we made the file, you can name your character, and the game is called Stories from Saul the Gun Dog, and I was like, I'm so funny, I'm gonna name my character Gun Dog. So our name is Lieutenant Dog. You pause for a moment, unsure at what Cassie's getting at. Everyone in the JCF has at least rudimentary knowledge of how to work a ship's communications array. Yes, ma'am. I've had the necessary training to operate the comm system aboard any JCF vessel. I literally thought that was the default character name because I missed the demo. Nope. No, that's not default. That's just me naming characters things. Great. Since Captain Bartolomew's is ill, Vanessa and I are both pulling double shifts to make sure that there's cover on the bridge. It'll just be me on the night shift tonight. You won't mind helping me out by manning some positions? Oh, I'll help you man some positions. As Cassie turns away with the documents in hand, she glances across to a display screen showing the time. Billy, you dog, you. I'm such a dog. Vanessa, have we heard anything from the O'Brien? We're beyond the scheduled meetup window. Are we picking them up on sensors? There's nothing on sensors, Lieutenant Commander. Not that this interference is making things easy. I'll try scanning on different frequency bands in case the O'Brien is having the same issue. Vanessa begins to flip switches and twist dials, filling the quietness of the bridge with a series of noises that range from annoying buzzes to painfully shrill screeches. After a few moments, a communication window on the main screen illuminates and a slightly distorted voice speaks. Uh-oh. I got a bad feeling about this. Do you read? We are at the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Bashir of the JFS O'Brien. JFS Gundog, do you read? Oh my god. Look at all these Star Trek names. Oh my god, it's Bashir. And he's piloting the O'Brien. He said Star Trek. I know what that is. I fucking love Star Trek. Oh my god. I love Star Trek, especially the Jedi, yeah. Next, I'll be talking about cube-shaped ships. What? No, that would never happen. We're at the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. With Lieutenant Bashir from the O'Brien relatively clear on the communication window, Cassandra hastily grabs a microphone. Roger that, JFS O'Brien. This is Lieutenant Commander Quinn from the JFS Gundog. We're picking up your signal and have arrived at the rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates, over. We read you. That's a sweet voice you've got there, Gundog. I'm transmitting coordinates and mission update files now. It's good to finally... What do you mean that's a sweet voice you've got there, Gundog? What the fuck kind of a place is this? Why would you say that? Fire on that ship immediately. This guy is everybody's gonna get real confused real quick if I start having to command this ship as Lieutenant Dog, Gundog, piloting the Gundog. You got a sweet Billy voice. Wait, no, it's too late. It's good to finally... What? Lieutenant Bashir, do you read? Vanessa, are you still getting a signal from the... The comms are being overloaded! There's a powerful signal coming from on all bands, and it's... Ah! If you're Gundog, and you're piloting the Gundog, then who's on first? Yes. Who's on first? That's what I want to know. I read that in Brannigan's voice. Yeah, that would be an appropriate voice. Oh, shit. We got flashbanged. What the hell just happened? Is everyone okay? Commander Quinn. Commander Quinn? Cassie! Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Even before your eyes adjust to the minimal lighting of the bridge, you kneel down and reach out into the darkness, trying to find where Cassie has collapsed on the deck. You search blindly for a few seconds until your hands meet her shoulder, and you move towards her. Cassie! Hey, Cassie! Say something, Cassie! Hang in there, Cassie. Lieutenant Lord, call sickbay and get the doctor up here right now. I can't! Why not? The ship's entire system has been knocked offline. Even the emergency backup systems. It's all offline. We don't have time for this. Get it back online. You rise quickly and dash over to the elevator, slamming your hand on the call button. I'm going to take Cassie down to the sick bay. You can... Aside from your voice, the whole room remains totally silent. Most conspicuously absent, though, is the whirring of the elevator that would take you directly to sick bay. You rapidly press the call button in frustration. Idiot! What part of offline don't you understand? Quinn's not going anywhere until at least the backup systems are online, but that can't be done from the bridge. What do you mean? How do we get them back online? It's an emergency failsafe. If there's a critical failure with the central computer, it can't function properly, then the entire ship will be shut down. Then it enters a lockdown mode until it can be rebooted. All areas are sealed in case the shutdown is the result of an enemy action. The main computer in engineering needs to be physically rebooted to restore any sort of access. Of course, since this is a security system, you should know all of this. You grit your teeth to stop yourself snapping back at Vanessa. In the heat of the moment, all thought of process and procedure had left you completely. All you'd been thinking about was getting Cassie to sickbay. Placing your head in your hand, you pinched the bridge of your nose and try to focus. That's right, but this isn't the order to reboot the central computer given from the bridge in that situation. Why did you say that we can't? 2 reasons. First of all, this lockdown shouldn't affect backup systems. But for some reason, everything seems like it's offline, which means there's no internal communication system right now. Secondly, even if we have the internal communication system, access to central computer requires input codes which are known only by the captain. Or, in the event the captain is incapacitated, the second in command. Vanessa turns to look at Cassandra, who shifts slightly. As she continues to talk, you head back to Cassie, kneeling beside her and placing her in the recovery position. Feeling the cold steel of the floor as you turn Cassie over, you take off your uniform jacket and lay it over her. Which currently would be Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Meaning that right now both the people who know the necessary information to get the ship back up and running are out of action. There's got to be some way around all this. Well, we know her favorite passcode, so that's probably something. Weren't you listening? This isn't supposed to happen. We should at least have the backup systems in place. Without them, there's nothing we can do except sit around and wait for the air to run out. What about the O'Brien? Can you contact them for support? Everything is offline. What part are you not getting? As you kneel over Cassie, your mind races through what Vanessa has just told you. You know that she's right and that all the ship's emergency action plans revolve around the backup systems being operational, and without them online, there's next to nothing that can be done without the ship, or within the ship. Your mind catches on that point for a moment, and you can't help but wonder whether whoever wrote that plan was optimistic enough that they couldn't see a situation where the backups failed, or whether they were so pessimistic that they felt if those systems were out of commission, there was no real hope for the crew. Damn. Pushing that thought out of your head, you desperately try to figure out a way to get Cassie to the sickbay. There's got to be something you know about the ship that would help. In all your time you spent working as a security officer, there's got to be something that you picked up that would... That's it! In the crew quarters, the panels and the bunks can be removed and replaced. People use the space in the structure to hide contraband. What are you talking about? The ship's maintenance crawlways are accessed in the same way, if I'm right. You head back over to the elevators, but this time, instead of trying to call them, you begin to run your hands over the seams in the wall panels on either side. Eventually, you notice a gap a few inches in length. Normally, maintenance would have a special tool to access this, but you can do the same thing with... I know I've got it somewhere on me. Where is it? Taking out your ID card, you slide it into the gap of the seam until it meets some resistance when it's about halfway in. You slide it up and down a few times until you feel it stick into something, at which point you push harder. Suddenly, you hear the sound of multiple catches disengaging, and the panel falls toward you. Taking the wall panel in both hands, you place it into the side where it would be used to attach. Now, instead of a solid wall, you could just about make out an absence large enough for someone to fit inside, with a series of rungs heading toward into a darkness which opens up once they pass by where the elevator currently sits. How did you know how to do this? This is one of the first tricks you learn as a security officer. Ship crews get very creative with where they stash things. With these panels, it makes sense that the maintenance crawl are always accessed, it makes sense that the maintenance crawlways are accessed in a similar way. Oh, great. Now you can crawl around in the walls in the dark. Very helpful. You grit your teeth and breathe. You hadn't talked to Vanessa much since you first met, but you were now beginning to understand why she always ate alone in the mess hall. If you can get up here, it means that I can get out. If I can get in up here, it means that I can get out down in the central hub. Fuck! Words are impossible. From there, I can see if I can get into the emergency input codes from the captain and make contact with the chief in engineering. Do you really think that you can solve this by clambering around inside the walls? Even if you can make it into the central hub, the rest of the ship will... Lieutenant Lord, would you... keep your opinion to yourself? Thank you, Lieutenant Lord. You snap back, barely suppressing your anger at her constant pessimism. You word good, Billy. Don't let anybody anyways. I would never let anybody any which ways or any which hows. But right now, I don't see many other options except for this one. And for all we know, we're the only people on the entire ship who might be able to do something. I'm not about to sit around and let everybody down. Not this time. So I'm going to leave you here to look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn, unless you have anything you want to try that you think might help. Vanessa stares at you for a moment, as if weighing up what the best put-down for the current situation is. Instead, she heads back to her station and starts flicking switches and pressing buttons on her control panel. All right, you do that. I'll try to get the internal communication systems working. Since the backups should work in a situation like this, maybe there's a way to get them back online. Get moving, or are you going to stand around and gawk whilst I get everything done myself? You inadvertently sigh loudly as you turn around and reach out into the crawl space, grabbing a rung and placing your foot on the one lower down. Hopefully I can get things back online with the chief and the captain's help. Just look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn until then, all right? Vanessa turns away from you, continuing to adjust the inputs on the communication system. Yeah, sure. Great. With that, you lower yourself into the darkness, taking it one rung at a time. Once you're past the stationary elevator, you can feel the space you're in open up around you. Carrying on downwards, you reach behind you every so often to see if you can feel the catch system that would keep an access panel attached. After a few attempts to find it, your fingers eventually brush over a catch, and with some coercion, you manage to get it to release, causing the whole panel to fall off the wall behind you and clatter onto the floor with the central hub. As you step out of the crawlway, a loud banging starts from nearby. You immediately reorient yourself to face the room, placing your hand on your electroshock weapon just in case. As you scan the room in the dim lighting, the banging continues, and you realize it's not coming from anywhere in the central hub, but one of the elevators. With your hand still hovering over your weapon, you slowly move towards the noise, trying to make it as little sound as possible, hoping that whoever or whatever is making it doesn't know that you're there. Despite the darkness, you can see that the elevator doors are open slightly, with an inch or so gap in between the two doors. As you angle yourself to try to see what's inside, your question is answered. Whew. Hey, who's out there? Whoever you are, help me get these stupid doors open while the whole thing's jammed. You pause for a moment. You haven't seen Hansen since the other day outside your quarters. Yeah, of course it's Hansen. I know you're out there. I heard you. Get over here and help me out. Help me get these doors open. Hey, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting around for? As Hansen continues to call out, you size up the situation. With the darkness of the room, you could easily come and go without him being able to tell that it's you. On top of that, it's unlikely that he'd be able to force open the elevator doors on his own. Hey, come on! This isn't funny. Who's out there? Stop jerking me around. It's petty, but part of you almost relishes the idea of Hansen seeing how it feels to be trapped and unable to do anything. Haru, if you're messing with me, I'll kick your ass. Still, he's a member of the crew, and as a security officer, it's your role to keep them all safe, regardless of how much of a dick they might be. You take a deep breath and help them open the doors. Hold it for a second before releasing one long, constant sigh. Hey, I heard you. I know you're there. Get me out! All right, Ensign, I'll take the door on the right. You take the door on the left. On the count of 3, we pull. Great. Everyone on board, and it's the Kaliki Coward. Figured you'd stop by here. Find a nice little space to crawl up and hide in. Helping me out so we can trade places and you can ride it out until the action's over. I will fucking shoot you, Hansen. I will vent you into space, motherfucker. You immediately begin to regret your decision. Cruz, do you want to get out of there or not? Whatever. Yeah, whatever. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. The two of you both heave against the elevator's doors, which shift slightly, but not enough for Hansen to get out. Okay, again. 1, 2, 3. This time, the doors yield a little more to your efforts. After they open a few more inches, you step back to catch your breath and watch as Hansen sticks his arm through the gap but struggles to get it any further than that. Once more, and we should have you out of there. Shame your girlfriend isn't here. At least she's got a backbone she could be putting into this. The power's out, Crippy's stuck in the elevator. You freeze for a moment as all of your muscles stiffen reflexively, and a wave of anger flows through you. Excuse me, Ensign? You heard me. She's the one of you two with any stones. If she hadn't been there to save you the other day, You'd have what? Think hard about your answer, Ensign. Give me the wrong answer and you can try and squeeze that thick skull of yours through that gap without any more of my help. Forget it. That's what I thought. Now get ready. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. It takes the two of you a few attempts, but finally you manage to push the doors open to the point where Hansen can make his way through the gap between the two of them. Free of the elevator, Hansen dusts himself down and looks around whilst adjusting his jacket. So what the hell's going on? What the hell's going on? What happened to the ship? Why has everything stopped working? Should be backups or something, right? You pause for a moment. Despite having been on the bridge when everything went wrong, you probably have as much of an idea as Hansen would. Honestly, we've got no idea. I was on the bridge when it all happened. We made contact with O'Brien. There was this flash. Then Commander Quinn had been knocked out. All the systems were offline, even the backups. Excuse me. I managed to get off the bridge using the maintenance crawlway. Now we're trying to figure out a way to reboot the computer to get everything back online. Just great. I knew the ship was a piece of junk the moment I stepped on board. Said you guys had a plan to get things up and running, yeah? Yeah, kinda. Great. You can handle that. I'm gonna go check out the crew. Have you seen Haru? No, I haven't run into them. Okay then, I'll try their quarters. With that, Hansen heads into the darkness towards the four-side thoroughfare. He stops briefly, turning to face you. Oh, Lieutenant? Huh? Thanks, or whatever. You're welcome, Hansen. The pilot quickly turns on his heels and disappears into the darkness. Don't mention it. Please don't ever mention it again. Elevators are out of action right now. Hansen and I managed to force the doors open, but I shouldn't go inside. Knowing how these things work out, the doors would shut on me once I got inside or something. Yeah. Okay. As you leave the central hub and enter the long corridor that comprises the aft thoroughfare, the first thing you notice is the sound of your steps on the middle flooring ringing out and echoing down the corridor. Normally, the vibrations from the engines would dull this noise, and it would be barely perceptible over the low and steady rumble. What's up, Tons? You'd gotten to the point where you didn't even notice the constant noise at the end of the ship, but now that the corridor is silent, its absence hits you. Swipe your keycard through the card reader set into the terminal by the armory's door, and there's absolutely no response. Looking at the terminal, you can see there's no indication that it's working at all. Figures that everything's shut down. This wouldn't work. Should go and find the chief and see if there's any way that we can get things up and running. Hopefully I don't need to blow any doors open to do that, because there's no way I'm getting in there. Oops, sorry. At the end of the aft thoroughfare, where the corridor would normally transition from the corridor into the engineering department, instead you're met with a substantial blast door with the word engineering stenciled on it. You run your hand over the surface before rapping on it with your knuckles. Rather than the low ring, which would indicate it being relatively thin, this door returns a higher pitch noise, indicating that it's significantly thicker than normal. Unlike the rest of the doors on this ship, which are designed as entrances and exits, you can tell that this one exists more to block one section off from the other. You instantly dismiss any thoughts of forcing it open. It's likely that even the contents of the armory wouldn't shift it. After a minute or two of fruitlessly inspecting you shrug to your shelf. The only thing you can do right now is hope that the chief is nearby. Hey, Chief! You pound on the door with your fist, hoping that the sound makes its way through. Chief, can you hear me? You continue to pound on the door and yell, stopping every so often to hear if there's any kind of response. Shelf shrugged. Chief, I'm out here! Chief, hey! After a few minutes worth of attempting to make contact and flex the fingers on your right hand, cracking your knuckles to try and dismiss the discomfort. Given the size of the engineering department, you begin to think about how close the chief would need to be to even hear you and the odds of that happening. Before you can resume your attempts though, you do hear a dull, repetitive thudding coming from the other side. Damn. That's a sick beat. Definitely not Morse code. Do 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 do. Chief, can you hear me? I'm out here. You call, pressing your ear up to the blast door to see if you can hear an answer. Instead, you just hear the same dull, repetitive thudding. At first, it seems random and erratic, but the longer you listen, you begin to realize that there's a pattern. just be an asshole. Just start drumming back on the door. Ah! That's great, but what does it mean? In defeat, you slam your fist against the door one more time. Chief, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'll try and find a way to get in there with you. At least I know someone's in there. There's got to be some way I can get in touch with them. Send a signal. Maybe there's something I haven't thought of yet. An emergency communication system? Something that's not tied to the ship? Think. The elevators are clearly out of action. I'll have to get things back up and running before I can get Cassie to the sick bay. All right. As you enter, the airlock hatch door looms large in the darkness. A shiver runs through you, and you rub your forearms. It wasn't something you'd notice until now, but as you feel the goosebumps that cover your skin, you realize the ship's temperature has now dropped noticeably. Yep. You've got to find a way to get things up and running again. Emergency spacesuits used for use in the event of ship depressurization, failure with the life support systems, or if the crew have to abandon ship. They've got distress beacons and close-range radios installed for rescue situations. Hopefully I can get this solved without needing the extra air supply. The O'Brien's probably just out of reach for a short-range radio. If we were closer to Jupiter, we could probably signal. Signal. That's it. That must have been what the chief was trying to tell me. Yeah, you don't fucking say. I thought the chief was just doing some sick beats. Wonderwall on the drums. Pum-pum-pum-wall. A classic holiday song. You grab the handle on the suit's container and twist. The metal in your hand is cold to the touch, an uncomfortable reminder of the ship's decreasing ability to support life. Once the lock is undone, you open the door and, bracing the suit with your left hand, grab the radio with your right. As you pull it away from the suit, you flip the radio over to examine it. The bottom half of the device consists of a pistol grip with a secondary microphone and speaker that will allow it to be used separately from the suit. As you investigate it further, you realize that your thumb is resting comfortably on a push-to-talk button. The top half of the unit's underside is a backlit LCD screen showing the current frequency it's tuned to and battery level. Below the screen sit a few ambiguous buttons. To its side is a dial for tuning and a power switch. Turning the radio in your hand, you find where the cord that tethers the whole unit to the suit connects and unscrew the attachment point, allowing the cable to spring back towards the suit. You quickly extend the telescoping antenna and flick the power switch, which causes the sound of whining static to fill the previously silent room. Then, slowly rotating the tuning dial, you work your way through the frequencies until a familiar voice comes out of the tinny speaker. Oh my god, look at that! It's Chief! That's Chief Mommy! An emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays on the JFS Gundog to any JFS Gundog crew members or any JCF ships nearby. The Gundog has suffered a complete system failure and assistance is needed to get them back online. I repeat, this is an emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays on the JFS Gundog to any JFS Gundog crew members or any JCF ships nearby. The Gundog has suffered a complete systems failure and assistance is needed to get them back online. Chief, this is Lieutenant Dog, reading you loud and clear. I've managed to get an emergency radio from one of the suits in the airlock. I'm able to get around the thoroughfares into the bridge, but I can't get anywhere else. It took you long enough. Don't they teach Morse code in basic training anymore? No. I feel like I found that pretty quick. I didn't even think that there was going to be a radio that we could use. I just thought maybe we would have to use the suit and go outside the ship, like through the airlock access or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, you're just about to push the button to send your response, but the chief cuts in. Anyway, you're in touch now. That's what counts. You said you could get to the bridge. Is that right? That's right, Chief. Then get back up there and get the captain to give me the input codes to access the main computer so that I can get the ship running again. Slight complication. The captain's taken sick. She's not on the bridge. Classic Bartamuse. Then get back up there and get Lieutenant Commander Quinn to give me the input codes. She's out of commission too. She collapsed at the same time the ship's power went out. You realize your thumb allowing the chief to broadcast, but where you expect a swiftly delivered alternative, all you get is radio static. Chief? Nothing's ever easy, huh, Lieutenant? Who's currently on the bridge, then? That'd be Lieutenant Lord. Well, she's the commanding officer on board right now, I guess. You're going to want to get up there. I've got an idea, but it's not something I can authorize. You grip the radio tight. Your grip on the radio tightens as a sense of apprehension grows within you. You don't know what the chief has in mind, but if it requires the authority of the ship's senior officer, you know that it's got to be something dangerous. Realizing you've been holding your breath since the chief's last message, you breathe out and push the button on the radio side to send your message. Copy that, Chief. Heading there now. Radio in hand, you quickly make your way back to the airlock into the central hub and then head straight to the maintenance crawlway. It only takes you a moment of groping around in the darkness to find a ladder rung before you're on your way back up to the bridge. As you climb, each rung that you grip is cold to the touch, and the air that you breathe is a brisk chill to it. You know what this means, but for the time being, you decide to push that thought out of your head. You've got other things to focus on. The climb up seems a lot shorter than your original climb down, and you soon emerge back on the bridge. Vanessa swivels in her chair and paces over to you. So, did you get in touch with anyone? Kind of. You bring the radio up to your face so that the microphone is level with your mouth and press the push-to-talk button with your thumb. Chief, I'm back on the bridge with Lieutenant Lord. Releasing the button, you walk past Vanessa, handing the radio over to her before heading back towards Cassie. Vanessa looks from you at the radio with mild bewilderment before the chief's voice sounds out from the speaker. Lieutenant Lord, this is Chief Engineer Cathays. Do you read? As you kneel down by Cassie to check her pulse and temperature, as well as doing your best to tuck your jacket around her, the way the chief addresses Vanessa catches your attention. You hadn't heard the chief being that deferential towards anyone, even the captain. I hear you, Chief Cathays. Captain Bartomeu and Commander Quinn are both incapacitated, so I'm in command of the gun dog, until such as a time as they can return to duty, understood? You frown slightly, hearing Vanessa assert her position over the chief like that. Although she is the ranking officer in this situation, you'd not heard anyone on board pull rank in that way, especially on the chief, who you were under the impression enjoyed the respect of everyone on board, including Hansen and Haru. Yes, ma'am. Good. Now have you got a plan, Chief Cathays? Or has Lieutenant Dog brought me this radio so that we can have a chat about how nothing's working on your end either? As you stand and turn to face Vanessa, you catch the last few moments of a distasteful look she'd been making at you whilst your back was turned, and do your best to bite your tongue. Yes, ma'am. Lieutenant Dog has explained to me that both the captain and Commander Quinn are out of action. So I'm aware that neither one of them will be able to give me the input codes required to reactivate the central computer. We know that, Cathays. What's the situation? The only hope we've got right now is that the captain has copies of the documents that contain the access codes in her quarters. If someone can get in there, then they can get the codes and tell them to me, letting me reactivate the ship's systems. If we'd be able to get into the captain's quarters, we'd have done that already. The whole ship's on lockdown and there's no way to get in there. You notice the slightest pause before the chief responds. You could be projecting, but you get the impression that she's just as fed up as you are. Not quite, ma'am. Although all the terminals and most of the hardware on the ship is dependent on the central computer, we've got a tool that we use when something needs to be disconnected from the system. We use it for maintenance or debugging. The PST or portable sub-terminal. It's effectively a standalone power pack with a microcomputer built in that provides enough power to activate the hardware attached to a terminal. It'll let us get to the captain's quarters, and then, from there, we can get the codes to start the computer back up. So where is this PST? Yeah, she pushes up her glasses a lot. What's up, Azanku? It's in the hangar. We can't get into the hangar either. I know you're stuck in engineering, Cathays, but the story's the same for the entire ship. Another silence follows, longer this time. That's true if you're trying to get to the hangar from inside the ship, ma'am. But the Gundog has two entrances that can be activated entirely manually. The main onboard airlock and the hangar crew airlock. If someone left the ship via onboarding airlock, they could make their way to the crew airlock from the hangar and re-enter there. Then they could get the PST and make their way through the ship as normal. I see. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Engineer Cathays, but aren't yourself and Cadet Grange the only crew on board qualified for extra-vehicular activity in space? And you're currently stuck in engineering whilst we can't get contact with Cadet Grange just to bring us the PST? Yes, ma'am. You begin to feel a knot in your gut and internally curse at Dalton for not having picked up enough of the Chief's know-how to have found an emergency radio of his own. And policy dictates that all EVA needs to be commanded by an operations officer? The knot in your stomach tightens as you take a deep breath in. Vanessa's eyes are now locked onto you. Yes, ma'am. The slightest hint of a smile forms on Vanessa's face. God damn it. Well, Lieutenant, looks like you're going for a walk. You'd seen this coming as soon as the chief had begun outlining the plan, but you'd been hoping that there'd be some extra part that hadn't been revealed yet, something that would allow you to stay on board. I can't wait to go into space. Faced with Vanessa's directness, the knot in your stomach tightens further. A sense of nausea rises from your gut. Yeah, fine. We're going. Some people took well to spacewalks. Some even enjoyed them so much they'd take on careers in colony construction and repair where they'd spend more time in the vacuum of space than they did inside the colony or ships. You were not one of those people. You'd only ever left the confines of a ship or colony a few times in your life, and almost all those had been evacuation drills that you'd been through in school or during citizenry courses. On every occasion that you'd remember, you'd reacted badly, but you'd managed to keep it to yourself. Something about being out in the void, an attachment clip or handrail away from drifting off into endless nothingness of space, had always filled you with dread. The knowledge that you were a slip away from disappearing forever, irretrievable and helpless. We were a mech pilot at one time, yeah. But despite all that, you knew full well from Vanessa's discussion with the chief that there was not going to be any way around doing this, and right now you were the ship's Cassie's only hope. As much as you hated the thought of it, you pushed back against the fear that had been rising up inside of you. Taking a deep breath, you resigned yourself to what you had to do. Fine, I'll do it. The chief can walk me through everything that I need to know on my way over to the airlock. The dashing security officer diving headfirst into danger. Isn't this great? Lieutenant Commander Quinn, so selfless. Fuck you, Vanessa. Vanessa rolls her eyes, covering her mouth with the back of her hand and putting on a mocking tone. Oh, my hero, so brave going into space to save us. Only you can... You snatch the radio off Vanessa and turn your back on her, heading towards the maintenance crawlway. At this point, you've had just about all you can take of her, so the sooner the situation is resolved, you decide the sooner you can go back to avoiding her. You should just let everyone on the ship die. I would never let the chief die! How dare you suggest such a thing? Quit making a big deal out of this with all of your huffing and puffing, Lieutenant Dog. From what I've heard, hanging out in space is something of a pastime of yours. Okay, great. Thanks. Just another jab, huh? Fuck you. With that comment, you feel like your heart's dropped out of your chest. You quickly spin back to face Vanessa. Lieutenant? Did she just tell you to vent yourself? No, she's commenting on the fact that, like, we're considered a coward because we were unable to take part in the battle where everybody else in our squad died. And so we just sat there in our mech while everybody else died. Sat at our, like, docking station or whatever. Reining in the flash of anger you just felt, you silently shake your head as you turn back around and grab a hold of the first rung of the crawlway's ladder. Chief, I'm on my way to the airlock now. Walk me through what I need to know. Wait! With one hand still on the ladder's rung, you pause and turn around. Yes, Lieutenant Lord? You just about managed to ask through gritted teeth. Don't you think you're forgetting something? Doing your best to suppress the urge to scream that you can feel building inside your chest, you pause for a moment and stare at the Lieutenant Lord, trying to puzzle out what kind of mind game she's playing. Lieutenant Lord, if there's... Before you finished, Vanessa rolls her eyes and turns on her heels, walking back over to Cassandra and squatting down. You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hand on Cassie's hip, but you stop when you see her withdraw a key card from Cassie's skirt pocket. Holding it between her thumb and forefinger with a flourish, she waves it at you as she stands up and walks back over. The central computer can only be accessed by the captain or members of the operations. Good luck getting in there without this. Vanessa casually tosses you the card, with which you grab out of the air. Got Cassandra's card. You turn the card over in your hand a few times before pocketing it. But the chief said that the PST uses its battery power to open... I can see what you and her see in each other. Vanessa, you suck so fucking bad. Listen, lady. As if hooking a battery up to a door would get you around the ship's security systems, you're still going to need to have the right authority levels to get through. Honestly. At this point, your jaw is clenched so hard it feels like your teeth may crack at any second. But with the cold chill of the ladder rung reminding you just how dire the situation is getting, you turn back around. Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you, bitch. You just about manage. Still there, Chief? I'm heading to the airlock now. What's up, Greg? How you doing today? Have you got the radio? Have you got the radio coming through the helmet speakers, Lieutenant? The Chief's voice fills your helmet, the sound quality somehow worse than the speaker on the main radio itself. Loud and clear, Chief. You respond, securing the radio onto the suit's breast panel. You've got the emergency suit on and sealed? Yep, currently breathing in the suit's oxygen supply. What now? Do you see the access panel on the internal airlock hatch? Spacesuit's helmet is attached to the rest of the suit in fixed position, so although you can turn your head to check, all you can see is the helmet's interior. You turn your whole body in an exaggerated motion to look for the emergency access panel and spot it on the other side of the hatch. I see it, Chief. I'm heading there now. All right. You'll need to remove the panel the same way that you did on the bridge. Once you've got it off, you'll see a large handle. Cranking that lever operates a manual override and will open the hatch to the airlock. Understood. Although you'd had to learn to operate the airlock manually in basic training, you didn't feel that now was the time to dismiss the chief and act like a know-it-all. She was likely getting her fill of that from Lieutenant Lord. You kneel down by the panel and attempt to find the gap between the edge and the surrounding wall. This is made a lot harder by the thick material of your suit. After a few attempts to find it, the tips of your gloves catch the recess. You work your digits in more until you can find a latch that you can squeeze. Panel falls away from the wall, and you take hold of it, placing it to the side. Underneath is a long handle marked Emergency Use Only. All right, that's the access panel out of the way. I see the handle. Good. Now you're going to want to turn it counterclockwise and keep going until the hatch is open. Understood. Placing your left hand at the bottom of the handle, your right hand at the top, you apply as much force as you can to push it clockwise. Your initial heave barely moves it, despite your effort. Come on! You grip the handle again and place your entire body weight behind your effort to shift it. This time it moves more noticeably, but when you look at the airlock hatch, it doesn't appear to have opened at all. With another grunt, you push the lever, the full 90 degrees, allowing it to return to its neutral position. Although it still resists you, you're able to feel the ratchet mechanism begin to move. Nothing's. You push the handle 90 degrees again before letting it rest. Just to grip and push the handle again. Easy. You complain through gritted teeth as you feel the mechanism slowly but surely moving a little bit each time. As you carry on this process of straining against the mechanism, you complete crank after crank. We just keep cranking. Can't stop, won't stop, crank. You can hear the mechanism of the airlock groan and strain with each turn. Eventually, something gives and the mechanisms in the airlock uncouple, releasing their locks, and the whole thing slides open. You can feel the sweat on your brow and curse that you put the suit on beforehand, preventing you from wiping it off. Okay, Chief, I'm heading to the airlock chamber. What's next? You'll see a similar panel on the opposite end of the hatch inside the chamber. Same deal, but in reverse. Makes sense, okay? I'm glad I got a day off. This game's gonna destroy my voice. Once inside the airlock chamber, you spot an identical access panel and quickly get to work. Unfortunately, it's just as hard to close the hatch as it was to open it. Interior hatch is closed. Now what? You try to keep your breathing under control as the inside of your helmet begins to heat up, reminding you of another reason you've never been fond of them. What you're going to need to do next will be to vent the air in the chamber and then open the exterior hatch. To start with, the Chief walks you step by step through the process required. Although you remember most of this from training, you're thankful for the help as a few parts had slipped your mind. We're fitting 7 days of Billy talk into one, yeah. You carry on following the Chief's orders until, with one final monumental heave, you get the external hatch open. You step away from the lever and head over to the opening. Seeing the stars in front of you, rather than through a terminal or a view screen, fills you with the familiar dread that you felt on the bridge. All right, Chief, I'm heading out. Pressing firmly on a switch on the suit's breast panel, you hear a momentary high-pitched whine as the soles of the boots are drawn toward the airlock floor. With the electromagnets now active, each step is an effort, but at least you know you won't go hurtling into space. You place one foot on the edge of the airlock and hatch and stare out in the emptiness. You see nothing but stars, with light years of gulf between them and you. With your next step, you head out into the nothingness, pivoting on the axis of your foot at the edge of the airlock. The step that you took in space brings your foot back down to the Gundog's exterior hull. Even though the ship had fallen silent since its power had been knocked offline, that hadn't been true silence. There'd been the echo of your footsteps, the almost inaudible sounds of things other crew members were doing in the far-off reaches of the ship. Out here, all you could hear was your own breathing and the whine of the magnets. You take a moment to orient yourself and turn 90 degrees to your right, angling yourself toward the front of the ship. With little difficulty, you bring one foot up and away from the hull and place it back down in front of you. Slowly but steadily, you make your way toward the hangar airlock. Still with us, Lieutenant Dog? Haven't gone hurtling off into space or anything? Fuck you, Vanessa. You roll your eyes as you plod forwards. Still here, Lieutenant Lord. Good, good. What's your ETA on the hangar airlock? You quickly do some rough maths around what you know about the Gundog's dimensions. Airlock's around the midpoint of the ship, 250 meters long, about 5 minutes, Lieutenant. This isn't a Saturday afternoon stroll at the replica gardens, Dog. Pick up the pace. Fuck you, Vanessa. You allow yourself the opportunity to curse openly at Vanessa before hitting the push talk button again. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. You carry on the laborious march to the hangar's crew airlock, slowly heaving one foot at a time away from the ship's hull before placing it back down in front of you. There are a few awkward areas where the ship's hull rises or falls, and you have to navigate your way across them. The loss of a constant bearing begins to disorient you, but march onward, ensuring that you're heading consistently in a straight line regardless of orientation. Eventually, you see the distinct markings that indicate an airlock hatch in the distance. Although it's marked in the same way as the one you'd emerged from, This one is much smaller, scarcely bigger than the typical doorway inside the Gundog. You enjoy a momentary celebration, then pick up the pace. All right, Chief. I'm at the hangar crew airlock. Okay. If you look to the right of the door, you should see an access panel with a lever underneath, just like the others. Okay, let's see. Due to your orientation from standing on the ship's hull, the airlock entryway is laid out at your feet. You shift yourself to be able to look to the right and see the panel which you head over to and squat down in front of. Running your fingers along its edges, you find the now familiar recess. With a practiced movement, you undo the clip. Unlike the panels inside the ship that freely come away, this one swings on a hinge, revealing the lever underneath. Hopefully this should be easier on a smaller hatch. You mutter to yourself, reaching for the lever. Chief? What is it? It's the lever. It's, You run your hand a few more times over the lever, which is visible, but inlaid into the hull, perfectly level with its surroundings. Where you've been able to remove the panel cover by finding the recess, there was nothing like that here, making grasping the lever impossible. I can't get any purchase on it. It's completely flush with the hull. There's no way to grip it. Chief? Chief? Lieutenant Lord, do you know what the current security code is? Of course I don't. They're like the emergency input codes. Only the captain of the second in command knows them. Why? It's going to be 0211, probably. Chief Engineer Cathays, I asked you a question. There's a moment of radio static, but you can hear the chief sigh through the crackle and distortion. In order to gain entry to the airlock from the outside, you need to input the ship's security code into the number pad. It's an analog locking mechanism, but you still need that code. Yeah, what's up, Vanessa? God damn it! Oh my god. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it, god damn you, miserable excuse for a captain, god damn you, Quinn, you absolute airheaded bit. Hey, watch yourself, Lord. Oh, shut up, dog. Because of your stupid bimbo girlfriend deciding that's now a great time to take a nap, I'm stuck in the dead ship running out of air. Trying to herd you knuckleheads around on stupid, pointless errands. Stow it! Yeah, fuck you, Vanessa. I'm not a big fan of this either, but right now, we're the best hope the ship's got. What's up, Basric? So if you could put a lid on the gigantic bitch act for 5 minutes and help us figure out how to solve this, we can... How dare you... I said stow it! 5 minutes, Lieutenant Lord. Then once I'm on board, I can handle the rest of it myself. Then you can go back to pretending you're the most important crew member. This is insubordination. I'll have... All right, you two, that's enough. Both you and Vanessa snap into silence with the chief's interjection. Before either of you can start up again, she carries on in a commanding tone. Lieutenant Lord, do you know how long the security code is? Do you know the punishment for addressing a senior officer like that? No, ma'am, I do not. But if it gets Lieutenant Dog on board any sooner, I'll say that it's worth it. Do you know how long it is? It's 4 digits. Thank you. Now, do you have any idea? Of course I don't have any idea. It's Quinn's responsibility to generate and set those kinds of codes. We don't. It's the anniversary. Oh, my God. Oh, by the way, if you ever want access to my quarters, the passcode for the lock is our anniversary. 0211. It's pretty much the same passcode I use for everything. I think I might know it. What? I said I think I might know it. It's... You rack your brain trying to remember the date where you and Cassie first visited the Europa amusement park. It was... You quickly punch in the 4-digit security code and then hit the enter key. As soon as you do, the lever rises out of its recess. We did it. I'm kind of surprised that there's a little bit lack of like audio for this part. Like, I know that we're in the silence of space, but like I would have still maybe expected, even in the ship, to there to be a little bit more like ka-chunks and things of that nature. But it's just been very silent ever since the ship went offline. It's been pretty, the game, aside from the music, right? Pretty quiet anyway. In space, nobody can hear you beep. Yeah. When you're in space, no one can hear you piss yourself. No, that's actually the one thing that you can hear in space. Haha, yes! You've got it, Lieutenant? Yeah, it was 0211, in case that helps. And how did you know that what the security code was? That's sensitive information. You don't want to tell Vanessa the reason you were able to guess the code, that it was your and Cassie's anniversary, so instead you scramble for a lie. It's the passcode for Lieutenant Commander Quinn's quarters. I can't believe it. Those codes are supposed to be secure. How could she... For the time being, Lieutenant Lord, how about we just focus on the fact that I'm able to get into the hangar? Science just doesn't know why piss is the only audible thing in space. Yep. Yeah, who knows? It just is. Shifting your position away from the number pad, you squat down by the raised lever. Taking it in both hands, you find it much easier to crank than the ones on the main airlock. Taking it in both hands, you find it much easier to crank. A lot easier. Much easier to crank than the ones in the main airlock, and in no time at all, the exterior hatch of the airlock is open. It's a good thing we're a lunk, or all this would be too challenging, even especially with two hands. As you step inside the ship, you find yourself in a chamber almost identical to the airlock you'd left earlier, with the exception that it was much smaller. It's just like the other one, except it's different. Moving quickly now, you close the exterior hatch behind you and follow the inverse process you'd carried out to leave the ship, pressurizing the chamber with oxygen and opening the internal hatch. In a few short minutes, you're back inside the familiar space of the ship's hangar, and you remove your helmet, happy to be breathing something other than the suit's oxygen supply. You then disengage the electromagnets before removing the suit completely, making sure to take the radio with you. Now unencumbered by its bulk and the low gravity of the hangar, you gently drift towards the equipment storage, the uneasy silence surrounding you. All right. Let's see. If that PST is going to be anywhere, it'll be amongst all the stowed equipment and gear, so... In the darkness, the collection of stocked or suspended crates, containers, and various pieces of heavy machinery loom intimidatingly. I wonder if the engineer is going to be in this room. Looking from container to container, you realize that none of them are marked in a way that makes any sense to the uninitiated. Shaking your head, you reach for the radio to ask Chief where you'd be able to find it. Before you can collar, you hear the rustle of a jumpsuit's fabric behind you moments before a wavering voice demands. Stop right there, intruder! Identify yourself! You raise your hand slowly, being careful to not make any sudden movements. Dalton had done surprisingly well to get the drop on you, and if he was under the impression you were the enemy, he should be armed to confront you like this. Eddie's cadet, it's me, Lieutenant Dog. Oh, Lieutenant, I'm sorry. I thought that... Turning around slowly, hands still raised, you smile. Don't worry about it. You did good to sneak up on me like that. If I was the enemy... Pausing mid-sentence, you sigh as you realize that Dalton isn't actually holding a firearm. Cadet, where's your weapon? Sir? If I had been the enemy, what were you planning on making me do without a weapon for encouragement? Dalton pauses briefly, and you see realization flash in his eyes. Oh, sorry, I didn't think that... Well, I thought that... Which is to say... God damn it, Dalton. Ease up, Dalton. When this is all sorted out, we'll go over anti-boarding procedures, okay? Yes, thank you, sir. Although, what exactly is going on, Lieutenant? I was just finishing up somewhere when all the power went out. I hadn't been able to get in touch with anyone. It takes you a few minutes, but you quickly fill Dalton in on the events taking place on board the ship, including your current objective of obtaining the portable sub-terminal. The emergency suit radios? Why didn't I think of that? The chief's gonna be so mad. He was teaching me suit maintenance last week. Or she was teaching me suit maintenance last week. I wish Chief would teach me suit maintenance. Hey, take it easy, Cadet. No one else on the ship figured it out on their own either, so don't beat yourself up over it. I guess. So don't worry about that. What we need to do now is find the PST. So do you know where it's kept? I think so. Let me look. With a kick against the container next to him, Dalton propels himself towards a set of smaller crates. Once he arrives, you watch as he opens one, rummages through various bits of electronic adjacent-looking hardware, which he fastidiously replaces before closing the lid and moving on to the one next to it. Takes the cadet checking a few different storage crates before eventually he withdraws a device the size of a briefcase. With it firmly in hand, he slowly drifts back towards you, presenting it once back. Here you go, Lieutenant. This is what you're after. Portable sub-terminal. Yeah, we did it. So this is the portable sub-terminal, huh? You take the hefty device from Dalton and turn it over a few times to investigate it from different angles. The exterior is largely one off-white plastic shell with a handle attached, allowing you to carry it like a briefcase. The one visible seam that runs around the entire casing has two conspicuous clasps that you release, causing part of the device to fold out, revealing a keyboard alongside various screens, buttons, disk drives, and withdrawable cables. All right, Cadet. Can you give me the quick rundown of how to use this? Yes, sir. I guess an entry to the thoroughfare would be a good place to try it out. Sounds better than going for another walk outside the ship. Let's go. Two of you make your way through the hangar and up the flights of stairs that lead to the four-side thoroughfare. Once at the top, you're faced the unyielding set of double doors. Okay, sir. First, you need to take the cable from the PST and connect it to the underside of the terminal next to whichever door you want to open. Yeah, for sure, Happy Matt. After that, you turn the device on. If you do that now, I'll show you the rest once it's active. Following Dalton's instructions, you kneel by the terminal and withdraw the cable from the device. It's awkward in the darkness, but you eventually connect the cable to a port on the bottom of the terminal. Once you got the sub-terminal connected, you can use it in the same way that you would a normal terminal. Just select the right function from the menu and insert the key card into the slot when it requests you to. Give it a try now. All right, let's see. Using a small key card, you select the override open function, and then, as Dalton advised, insert your key card. As expected, although slightly slower than you'd like, the door opens, allowing access to the four-side thoroughfare. Great work, Cadet. All I need to do now is get this to the captain's quarters and to engineering, and we'll have the gun dog back up and running in no time. You okay there, Cadet? Yeah, I forgot that you have to get the codes from the captain's quarters. Isn't that against the rules of or insubordination or something? I thought that it was forbidden to go into the captain's quarters unless explicitly instructed for duty. You're right, Dalton. You're right. Let's just die. You're right. You know what? Let's just give up. Good plan. You sigh as Dalton shakily removes the cable from the terminal underside and closes the lid on the PST. Technically, yes, but right now the choice is insubordination or we all suffocate in the vacuum of space. Oh. But don't worry about it. I'm sure the captain will understand why I had to do it. Besides, you always wanted to see what their quarters look like, so I'd say it's worth it, right? I guess. You place a hand on Dalton's shoulder and take the terminal... The terminal? Take the terminal from him. Anyway, you take it easy here. Try to raise the chief on the radio. See if she's got anything for you to do. I've got to get moving. Yes, sir. With that, you give Dalton a casual salute, and in return, he throws a rigid, formal salute back at you. Smiling to yourself, you head through the now open double doors and into the thoroughfare. Death can't convince Dalton, but snooping sure can. Yep. Standing outside the captain's quarters, you look at the heavy device in your hand. It's taken longer than you'd like to get here, but at least now you could get those doors from those codes from the captain. Portable sub-terminal. After it starts up, you swiftly draw out the cable and connect it to the terminal's underside. Squinting at the screen's phosphorescent glow in the low light, you scroll your way through the series of menus to select the unlock function. Once you hit enter on the command, a prompt shows up on the screen. All right, now... do we need Cassie's keycard? Once the device reads your keycard, you hear the soft whir of the door unlocking and a hiss as it slowly opens. Okay, I can leave this here for the time being. The PST? What? You stand up and step in front of the door, which continues its painfully slow opening. Come on, come on, come on. Captain, are you... Ugh, that's... Did she knock us out? As you step across the threshold into the dark of the captain's quarters, you're instantly overwhelmed by a powerful fetor. You gag and stumble your way back to the door, taking a deep breath of the corridor's sterile air. Oh, is she dead? You try to compose yourself, but the odor drifts out, and a particularly acrid waft stings the back of your throat as you take another breath, causing you to gag again. Captain Stinky. Captain Stinky. Captain Stinks. Oh my god, Stinky. The atmosphere of the ship and even colonies are carefully regulated and the air supply constantly scrubbed and recycled. Because of the strong smells are something that are almost never encountered and quickly resolved. You realize that with the ship's life support out of action, it hasn't been happening, and whatever is causing the stench in the captain's quarters has been left to putrefy the air with this awful miasma. After a few more retches, you steel yourself to re-enter the room. Before heading in, you bring your arms up in front of your mouth and nose to do your best to bear the stink. Although you're doing your best to breathe as lightly as possible, the odor still assaults you, almost too much to bear. Captain, are you... Are you in here, Captain? With no answer, you carry on deeper into the quarters. As you're accustomed to the smell, you begin to pick up the unique odors that it's comprised of. The first scent that you identify brings back memories of your early flight training, the acidic tang of vomit. The second takes you a little while longer, sour and chemical. You wonder for a moment if it's one of the substances they use to strip paintwork from the ships or armored frames. but then you spy an empty bottle on the desk and realize what it is. Stale whiskey. Oh, boy. Sick, huh? With the cause of the captain's absence now obvious, you look around the room. To the left is another closed door. To the right, you see an open doorway and what looks like the end of the bed. Captain! You call out as you head towards it. Although your reasons for being here is entirely justifiable, you still feel a bit hesitant about barging in. Captain! Nothing. All right, Captain, I'm coming in. We need those... Having stepped through the doorway, you find yourself in a room that's much closer to a normal bedroom than the crew quarters. Rather than the access panels flush with the walls for storage, the room has actual furniture. A chest of drawers sits below a large mirror, and a bedside table is right next to an unmade queen-sized bed. For a moment, you think that Cassie is wont to do. The captain has just thrown her worn uniform on the bed and left it all in a heap. But before you turn back, a sluggish movement as the mass of crumpled clothes turns over, revealing it to be the Captain Bartermuse herself. Captain! You throw a salute and hold it for a moment before you realize that the captain is completely oblivious to your presence. Tentatively making your way towards the captain's bedside, you register that the smell of stale whiskey is strongest in her immediate vicinity. As you look around, you notice another bottle lies mostly empty with a small pool of amber liquid left in one of its corners. Captain! You run your hands back through your hair and sigh loudly. Regardless of all this, you remind yourself you're here to get the emergency input codes. Captain! Hey, Captain! Captain Bartermuse! You place your palm on the captain's upper arm and rock her gently. Captain, come on, you need to wake up. We need your emergency input code. Captain, wake up! Captain! Captain! You step back and pinch the bridge of your nose with your thumb and forefinger. Despite everything, it doesn't seem that the captain will be waking up from the stupor anytime soon. Oh, motherfucker. Come on, after everything. If I can't get the codes from the captain directly, maybe she keeps a copy of them around here or something. Incompetence in space. Yep. Worth a shot. Pretty nice desk. It must be where the captain does all of her work when she's not on the bridge. If that's the case, then, as I thought, it's got a few drawers in the back next to where she'd sit. If the codes are anywhere, they'd be there. Oops. I know I've seen Cassie hand the captain printed reports and status updates. Maybe she's still got a copy of those codes in here. You try to open the top drawer, but the small amount of initial give stops immediately as you hear a clunk. You try a few more times and spot a keyhole to the left of the drawer. Checking the second and third drawers gives you the same result. Locked, of course. I'll have to find the key. A bathroom? It's a bathroom, all right. But now I know where the smell of vomit's coming from. What was I expecting to find in there anyway? A key! I don't fucking know anything. You were uncomfortable enough making your way in there the first place, but now that you're about to rummage your way through the captain's personal effects, you feel even worse. Let's get this over with. Doing a quick scan of the room in the hopes that the captain may have left the key on top of the chest of drawers or her bedside table proves fruitless. You tentatively step back inside, nervously looking back into the captain's comatose for every few moments. Sorry about this, Captain. Standing by the chest of drawers, you lay your hand on its top and drum your fingers before nervously pulling the top one open. Seeing only folded clothing inside, you close it quickly, going to the next, repeating this process for the next two drawers, finding nothing. Stepping back, you take another look around. The only immediately obvious place left to check is the drawer in the bedside table, right next to the captain. Moving over to it, you squat down beside the unit, acutely aware of the captain sleeping right next to you. In the low light, it's next to impossible for you to make out the contents of the drawer, so you have to settle for reaching inside and feeling your way through. Like, I don't know. Like, just the way that the writing has gotten at this point doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me, because it's really like a life and death situation. So to like have our character be nervous, I don't know. It just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Like I know that our character is one that's kind of got a PTSD situation going on, but to like be unable to I don't know. It just seems like they're struggling internally more than like what I find believable. But so yeah, I just wanted to comment on that. Running your fingers over the various contents, you try to figure out what's in there. A thin plastic surface with regular bumps, which feels like it has a foil underside. A small glass bottle with a series of raised dots just under the label, various individual papers. Aha! You grab hold of what feels like a keycard clipped into a lanyard and pull it out of the drawer. The metallic jangling sound that comes with it is quickly revealed to be a key ring featuring various different keys. One of these has got to be the key for those... Oh my god! What's up, Captain? For a security person, you got skinny arms. Yeah, we're just a little guy. Yes, hello, Captain. Captain Drunky McDrunkface. Lieutenant. You freeze in place with your hand half out of the drawer, holding onto the captain's identity card and keys. You hadn't seen her stir, but in the blink of an eye, Captain Bartomuse had managed to reach out and grab a hold of your wrist. Explain yourself, idiot. The captain's grip on your wrist isn't particularly strong, but the shock has rendered you perfectly still. You slowly turn your head to face her and see her lazily gazing at you through the darkness. Lieutenant? You hold your breath for a moment and then exhale slowly, calming yourself. Yeah, it's a pretty common trope, Paranoiac, for characters to be unwilling or... I don't. It's not even just in anime. It's in all kinds of stuff where just characters... A tremendous amount of tension is created because people just don't communicate with each other. And, like, it's particularly present in anime, but it's present in all kinds of stuff. And the characters being unnecessarily nervous because of their, I guess, not just social awkwardness, but just, like, inability to, I don't know. It's just, I guess it kind of, like, stretches scenes out longer. Than being unable to do basic things. You hold on to your breath for a moment and then exhale slowly, calming yourself. What are you... Composing yourself, you speak calmly and quietly. I'm sorry, Captain. It's an emergency, and I've come to get your input codes. Emergency? All the ship systems have gone offline. Commander Quinn has collapsed. I've been working with the Chief Cathis and Lieutenant Lord to get your codes so that we can get the ship back online. The captain blinks groggily a few times and releases your wrist, drawing your hand back to rub her eyes. As she does, you slowly take the keys from the bedside drawer and stand. That's why I'm here. I thought the codes might be on your desk drawer, but I needed the key. Although you're doing your best to maintain your tone and demeanor, on the inside your heart is racing as you consider the possibility of being given a court-martial here and now. What are you talking about? What court-martial? Sounds important. Yes, ma'am. I'd say we all consider it pretty crucial right now. The captain continues to gaze at you as you stand to attention in this darkness. After a moment in which you think she may have fallen back to sleep, she rolls on her back and brings her hand to her forehead. The printout with the latest access codes. It's in the second drawer. You breathe a sigh of relief as the captain rolls to face away from you. Just don't read the report. Ma'am? You wait for a few moments, but eventually a gentle snore emerges from the crumpled heap that's Captain Bartermuse, and you relax. I'm reading that fucking report. Second drawer. Thanks, Captain. You got the captain's key ring. Like, the fact that the captain is just hungover is so unbelievable. Like, I totally understand that, like, they would not go to the bridge or whatever because they were hungover. But the fact that they're completely incapable in a catastrophic emergency situation to, like, lock in is, like, I thought for sure that she was just going to be dead, and then this situation would be pretty believable. And so then, like, searching through the room with a dead body in there, then I could, like, conceive of it being, like a bit more difficult emotionally to kind of, like, move through that situation, especially given the PTSD of our character, yada yada. I don't know. Just saying. All right, let's see. Which one? The second one. Spend a few moments working your way through the selection of keys that hang from the ring and the end of the captain's lanyard. You're able to discount a few based on their unusual shapes, but finding the right one is still a tricky task in the dark. It's all a weird mishmash of stakes and urgency. Yeah. It's life and death, and she's going back to sleep. Yeah, but she chose death. Wasn't there only one key on the ring? No, there were several. Eventually, you find the one that slides easily into the lock and turns the mechanism, which lets out a surprisingly hefty clunk. The captain said the codes were in the second drawer, so you open that drawer first and purposely leaf through the collections of papers, reports, and files that it contains. Crew manifest, security updates. Aha! You see the telltale tractor feed edges of the printer paper that you've seen on Cassie produce updates and reports with the captain sticking out from underneath a manila folder. As you lift the paper out of the drawer, the folder on top begins to spill its contents. You quickly grab it to stop everything from falling out, and as you do, you can't help but read its title. JCF Naval Investigatory Commission Findings. Incident 00784, 21-9-0209. Subject Rear Admiral M. Bartermuse. Okay. With what you believe to be the printout that would contain the codes in one hand and this report in the other, you look back towards the captain's bedroom as you remember her instructions. Just don't read the report. You hesitate for a moment, rereading the title. Rear Admiral? Read the fucking report. I'm reading it. You stare at the cover of the report for a few moments before looking back to the printout, then to the captain's bedroom. Placing the printout back in the drawer, you open the folder and begin to leaf your way through its contents. You skim the first few pages, which outline the investigation's intention to assess the actions taken by Rear Admiral Bartermuse in the battle in lunar orbit. Following on from that are a series of diagrams and charts that you recognize to be ship movements sorted by time, followed by annotated or captioned stills taken from ship or armored frame-based recording devices. As you work your way through them, you see that they're being used to illustrate a squadron of JCF ships pulls away from the main fleet and is eventually intercepted and then decimated by the enemy. The final photographs show the few remaining ships returning to the fleet in a state of disarray, with all of them suffering extensive damage. As you move past the pictures and diagrams, you flick through pages that outline a breakdown of the losses, ships, armored frames, pages, and pages of crew member names. Eventually, you get to the last few pages of the report where you skim through to the conclusion. This inquiry finds that by leaving the defensive position for an unsanctioned offensive, thereby opening a point of access through E-Field, Rear Admiral Maris Bartomeu significant loss to armored frame groups. Wait, E-Field? Kalik 6! This is Kalik 6! They cut off the flight path. There's more. There's a whole squadron of carriers coming from E-Field. Kalik 1! They're going to cut you off from the fleet. Kalik 6, respond! Kalik 6, what's going on? How many carriers are coming in from E-Field? Oh, sorry. That's the commander. Kalik 6, respond. What's going on? How many carriers are coming in from the E-Field? You stop and lay the report out at the captain's desk, staring at it, rereading the conclusion again and again. Adversely impacted the flights, including Thebe Flight, Karm Flight, Karpo Flight, Kaliki Flight. Well, you close the report and place it back into the drawer. Almost mechanically, you reach for the printout you've been handling a few moments before and methodically scan through it until you see what you're after. Classified core system access codes. Generation date 240214. For captain and second only. You slowly rip the relevant page from the rest of the documents at its perforated edges and then fold it inside your pocket. After this, you methodically place the rest of the paper back in the drawer, which you slide closed. You got the access codes. With the codes in your possession, you calmly make your way back towards the corridor outside the captain's quarters where you left the PST. As you approach the doorway, you absentmindedly take hold of the radio and push down the transmission button. Okay, Chief. Lieutenant Lord, I've got the codes. You release the push talk button and wait. You give it a moment, but instead of more instructions from the Chief or some kind of backhanded congratulation from the Lieutenant Lord, all you hear is a powerful hiss of static. Chief? You try again. Lieutenant Lord? Still nothing. Anyone? Come on! You give the radio a shake and spend a few moments adjusting the frequency dials, but you still don't hear anything from anyone, just the hiss of static. For a moment, you feel like throwing the radio down the corridor, but instead you slump against the nearest wall and hold your head in one hand. Slouching against the wall, in the low light for a moment longer, you sigh loudly before turning and kneeling down by the PST, which you begin to pack back up. You've got the codes, you just can't get them to the Chief over the radio. The next best thing you decide is to get them to her in person. You clip the latches of the PST closed and pick it up as you stand, turning to make your way through the darkness towards the Forsyth thoroughfare. Now, what if I fucking try to... See, there's several keys on there. A whopping 3 that we can see. If I try to go into... I can't go into... Lord's... So they put your PTSD-riddled ass on the ship with a commanding officer whose fault it's likely is that you got PTSD. Yeah, but it was because of Cassandra that we got moved to this ship, but yes. What's up, Kratosh? How you doing today? I guess it would make a bit more sense that she's absolutely drunk out of her mind, given that... situation. Outside the huge blast door that separates the aft thoroughfare from the engineering department, you begin to the increasingly familiar process of unpacking the PST. All right, I set up the PST. First, withdrawing the cable, plugging it into the terminal near the door, you boot up the device and begin cycling through the options. Okay, and then With the device set up, you hit the enter key on the unlock option and turn your attention towards the partition that stands between you and the engineering department. Unlike the other doors, the PST's battery power had been used to open. This blast door is inches thick and comprised almost entirely of solid steel. You watch tentatively as the low grinding sound emanates from the ceiling for about 10 seconds before the door even begins to move. Like the others, the opening process is agonizingly slow, and in the darkness of the thoroughfare, time seems to lose all meaning as you watch the door almost imperceptibly work its way upwards. After a few minutes, the barely noticeable progress comes to a halt, and the low grinding sound stops, with the blast door giving you just over a foot of clearance between it and the floor. Turning your attention back towards the PST, you see a graphic of an empty battery with a cross through it blinking on the screen. Oh no. Oh my god. Knowing that the blast door is being kept open by the device's dwindling battery power, you drop to the floor, grabbing the PST, begin to crawl toward into engineering. There's just enough clearance for you to worm your way underneath. You said it was a foot. Yeah, I hope so. The smooth panel floor turning into a grating makes it an uncomfortable experience. By the time you make it halfway through, with your feet still sticking out the aft thoroughfare, the grinding noise that had stopped the door starting back up again. Oh no! Our fat ass is caught in the door. What are we gonna do? Oh jeez! Help me, Chief! No, 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 no! You shove the PST ahead of you through the small gap, being mindful not to yank out the cable plugged into the other side of the terminal. Ignoring the grating now, you quickly squirm the rest of the way until you're clear of the door. Rolling onto your back, you grab the PST's cable and give it a swift tug, pulling it out of the terminal on the other side and back to you just before the blast door drops shut. Step, Chief, I'm stuck in the engineering bay doors with my ass on display. What am I gonna do? That was way too close. You stand up and then quickly pick up the PST, which still has the low battery warning blinking on its screen. Chief! Your call is met with the oppressive silence that somehow seems worse in the vast space of the engineering department. Chief, it's me, Lieutenant Dog. I've got the PST. Chief! Making your way past various systems, terminals, stations, and machinery, you continue to call out to the Chief, but there's no response. Yeah, that's what Bob was saying, Kratosh. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Yeah, I hear it's pretty good. You know, I don't know if I'm going to have the time to play, but, you know, Abiotic Factory, yeah, that sounds like a pretty cool one. I guess. No response, though. Where the hell could she be? As you continue your way deeper into engineering, you grab the radio. Chief! Just like the last time you tried, no answer, and all you hear is static. Chief! You dart down different catwalks trying to find the Chief, your mind racing as to where she could be. Chief! With a low battery warning illuminating your face in increasingly small intervals with its constant flashing, you stop. Looking down at the PST screen, you make a decision. Well, I've done everything else myself. Turning back from the main section of engineering, you make a beeline over to the room that holds the central computer, your footsteps in the grating echoing through the silence. I may as well finish things. As you begin to run, the PST starts to beep and the battery symbol flashes even more rapidly. If you're running out of battery, then don't use what you've got left flashing and beeping. Running at full pelt towards the central computer, you reach it just as the PST's whole screen begins to blink, cycling between showing the warning and nothing at all. Once you arrive at the doorway that leads to the central computer, you know what you've got to do. Once you arrive at the doorway, it leads to the central computer. Wasting no time, you withdraw the cable and hurriedly plug it into the terminal with one hand while scrolling through the options with the other. Come on, hang in there. Come on, almost there. Now, there. As soon as the door begins to open, you jump in and start pushing it in order to force it open. Once you've made it the gap large enough, you slip through at the exact same moment as you hear the PST power down and the door slides back shut. Why would it slide back shut, though? Like, if it's out of power. I guess it's, like, automatically sealed, and it just takes a lot just to crank it open at all. I don't know, I guess. To keep the area secure. Yeah. Well, we're stuck in here now. It takes a moment, but your eyes adjust to the darkness of the room. Looking around, you see that it's a little bigger than cleaning a cupboard. Bigger than a cleaning cupboard or a crew member's shower cubicle. Masses of thick cabling run from the ceiling and floor along the walls towards the end of the room opposite the doorway. On the far side is a huge screen with a keyboard positioned below it at about waist height. Yeah, it's under its weight to keep the areas air safe. Yeah, sure. On the far side is a huge screen with the keyboard positioned below about waist height. Stepping towards the interface, you run your hand over the keys. Computer shows no sign of life even after you begin to push random buttons. Man, I was going to push all these random buttons. Simply mashing the keyboard doesn't produce any response, so instead you begin to feel your way over its casing in the darkness, trying to find what might be a power button. Eventually, you find a rocker switch set to the side of the device. You flick it to the alternate position once, but nothing happens. With no other options, you flick it back to the position it was in. This time, the screen illuminates and you hear electronics come to life. Hey! Gen P. As a hard drive somewhere beyond the screen begins to whir loudly, the screen transitions from its boot screen to a password input screen. After everything you've been through, you're now one input away from getting the ship back online. Finally, all right. And enter. With a final flourish, you strike the return key. An immense feeling of satisfaction fills you as you watch the computer work its way through the startup process. Names of the system show up and are followed by their status changing from offline to active. A faint draft runs down your neck, which you take to mean life support and ventilation is back online. All right, hold on, Cassie. I'm... Uh-oh. What? Wait, what? No, come on! You're hit with a gut punch of panic as the visuals on the screen begin to warp. Fragments of text scatter and lines of code split and distort whilst a strange noise squeals from the machinery. Don't do this! Unsure of what's going on, but beginning to think that it's your fault, you look over the keyboard again, repeatedly striking any key that seems like it may stop this process. God damn it. Escape! Pause! 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 Pause the ship! Oh, you gotta pause the ship! This is because we read the captain's letter. Come on! Oh my god, look at all these people. These are the people on the ship. Oh my god. As suddenly as it started, the computer's erratic activity ceases, with the only document left on screen, Cassie's personnel file. Cassie's file? Wait, why? You pause, unsure whether you should do anything or leave it as is. You can tell from the ambient noise that is returned that the ship is back online, but why would the computer freak out like this? Why would it pull up Cassie's file? No! Doing your best to understand what you just saw, you tentatively reach out a hand towards the keyboard. You're still unsure of what you could do to find out what just happened, but can't help but feel like whatever it was wasn't right. Dog, I need you to up on the bridge now. You withdraw your hand, instead grabbing the radio to answer Lieutenant Lord. All right, I'm on my way back now. How's Lieutenant Quinn doing? There's no time for her. Get up here now! You curse under your breath as you turn to leave the room. You've learned now that if Lieutenant Lord doesn't intend to be helpful, she won't be. Rather than attempt to argue, you make your way through the ship back towards the bridge. As the elevator doors hiss open, you step onto the bridge. You see Lieutenant Lord frenziedly flicking switches and turning dials in an instrument panel, stopping every so often to type commands into her station. Cassie, meanwhile, remains unconscious on the bridge floor. I'm here, Lieutenant. What else is wrong now? You hurry over to Cassie and kneel down, sliding your hands under her back and legs in preparation to pick her up and take her to the newly accessible sick bay. It's the O'Brien! With a single movement, you stand and bring Cassandra up from the floor. What about it? It's gone! April 23rd, Planetary Calendar 214. Despite the successful reactivation of the JFS Gundog central computer by Lieutenant Dog, the JFS O'Brien could not be contacted and was no longer coming up on sensors. After taking Lieutenant Commander Quinn to the sick bay, Lieutenant Dog, alongside Cadet Grange, are tasked with sweeping the ship for faults or damage, whilst Lieutenant Lord sets Chief Cathays to work helping her locate the other ship. The JFS O'Brien is eventually located just as Captain Bartomuse calls an emergency meeting. Outer Jovian space, the bridge of the Jovian patrol ship, Gundog. As you, the Chief, and Lieutenant Lord stand to attention, waiting for the captain to begin the meeting, the sound of an approaching elevator is the only noise that can be heard in the tense silence of the bridge. Ensign Hansen Cruz entering the bridge and reporting as ordered. Hansen states, performing a lazy salute as he steps out of the elevator and onto the bridge. You shift slightly, but as you watch him enter, you knew you were waiting for someone, but why Hansen? He pauses for a moment, and you see him take stock of everyone present. Your shoulders tense up, and you inadvertently clench your jaw as he heads straight towards you. In the last moment, he steps to your side and takes place in the lineup next to you without so much as a sideways glance. You remain on edge, but your attention is quickly taken by the captain as she finishes reviewing the readouts from the control panel over the chair and stands up. At ease! The four of you relax slightly, although, with the exception of Hansen, you all maintain a formal stance. Now that we're all assembled, we can begin. First of all, well done to all of you for your actions whilst I was indisposed. For a brief moment, the captain's eyes meet yours, and do your best to not react. Aside from the doctor, you were confident that you were the only person on board who knew the nature of the captain's indisposition. Despite your best efforts, you scowl slightly. You hadn't had much time to think about anything beyond the situation at hand, but your information on the report you'd read had begun to creep into your thoughts. You knew that now wasn't the time to bring it up, but eventually you'd need to deal with this information in one way or another. Closing your eyes and exhaling, you try to return to your face as its neutral countenance and hope that the captain didn't notice that flicker of emotion. As you push your thoughts regarding the report to the side, you instead find yourself wondering if the captain is currently in a fit state to be organizing a mission. Your cooperation, ingenuity, and composure under pressure have been noted, and I will be recommending formal rewards applied to your records. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Vanessa nod in agreement, but the rest of you remain still. Now, on to the matter at hand. She was hungover. She was completely drunk off her ass, not even hungover. As of 11:47 Jovian Standard Time, a signal of unknown origin was received, which shut down not just the Gundog central computer, but also all of its emergency backup systems as well. With Commander Quinn unexpectedly taken ill, Lieutenant Lord took command, and Lieutenant Dog was able to carry out her plan to access the hangar via the external airlock. You've been too busy carrying out an assessment of the ship's systems alongside Dalton to submit an incident report, and you knew that the chief had been tasked by Vanessa with locating the unresponsive O'Brien. You bite your tongue and glance back to Vanessa, who nods again, the corners of her mouth curling upwards. The captain was clearly working from a biased interpretation of events. Yeah, you're a bitch, Vanessa. From there, Lieutenant Dog was able to obtain a portable sub-terminal and the codes for the reactivation of the central computer, a process he carried out successfully at 1327. Although the Gundog is now operational, we have not been able to make contact with the O'Brien. We can only assume that whatever interfered with the Gundog systems had the same impact on the O'Brien. Unfortunately, it would appear that the crew have not been able to reactivate its systems as we have received no communications from them whatsoever. Chief Cathays, do we have an update on the O'Brien? The group turns to look at the chief as she steps forward, and you realize that this is the first time you've seen her outside engineering or the hangar. Although she stands as tall as ever, there's something about her presence that feels diminished. Yes, ma'am. not any reason from the O'Brien's transponder, and the normal sensors haven't been able to pick up any of the usual activity from a ship. However, You're Vanessa, Tut, and the Chief pauses briefly before continuing. That is, Lieutenant Lord and I realized that by using the infrared targeting sensors in the fire control, we pick up the O'Brien itself as if it were debris. We've located it at 43 degrees off the standard bow and a distance of roughly 300 kilometers. Resolution gets a bit scrappy at that range, but we're not seeing any external signs of activity. I see. Lieutenant Lord, how long until we can dock with them to provide assistance? I think the Chief is best equipped to handle that question, ma'am. The Chief pauses for a moment. You know the answer to this question, but so should the Chief and Vanessa. As the silence drags on, you begin to wonder why neither of them are forthcoming. Chief Cathys? The pause only becomes more loaded as the seconds pass. While you have no idea what's happening here, you can feel the tension between the Chief and Vanessa build. Answer the question. Although you can tell something is going on between the two of them, you know that the crew of the O'Brien must be in a similar situation to the one you just faced, and without immediate assistance, they were at risk of running out of breathable air very soon. You put up enough from Vanessa for today and weren't about to let her petty power plays get in the way of helping your comrades. We can't. It's the engines, ma'am. They're still offline. Go fuck yourself, Vanessa. What's that, Lieutenant? Whilst Cadet Grange and I were assessing the ship for faults and security issues, we found that the engines had failed to restart. Diagnostics show the forced shutdown put the nuclear pulse engines offline. They need to be manually reactivated. The captain lets out an exasperated sigh as she hears this information, making no effort to conceal her frustration. And how long until they can be back online? You prepare to answer with what Dalton had told you, but you're cut off by the Chief. We're looking at 6 hours, ma'am. We've been preoccupied with finding the O'Brien. I fucking hate... Can we shoot Vanessa right now? Can we vent her into space? I don't even care if it vents everybody. So I haven't had the opportunity to begin the startup process to get them running again. The captain follows this information with another sigh. You'd always thought of her as distant or disinterested, but considering her current state, you'd have to wonder how much of that was her simply working her way through a hangover. I see. The captain stands silent for a moment, keeping her eyes closed and pinching the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger. Suddenly, her eyes open, and she stands completely upright, assuming a posture you're surprised to see from her, that manages to communicate an air of not just authority, but capability. We'll be carrying out a mission as follows. The four of you snap back to attention. Even Hansen seems to take this announcement seriously. As we're not able to reach the O'Brien with a gun dog to provide support, we'll be doing the next best thing. Ensign Cruz and Lieutenant Dog will head over in an armored frame to provide assistance. You clench your teeth and your body goes rigid. Not only would this be your second trip into space in the span of a few hours, but you'd be doing it with Hansen for company. Your eyes dart across to Hansen, whose attention remains on the captain. You can't be sure, but you swear you see a flicker of a smile on his face. We'll be working on the assumption that the same issues affecting the Gundog are affecting the O'Brien, so... Lieutenant Dog will take a portable sub-terminal, locate the captain or second in command, and then utilize the access code to assist their chief engineer in reactivating the ship. If there are complications, or we're too late, then our second priority will be to obtain the O'Brien's black box. At the very least, we can hopefully gather some information of what's out there that could immediately disable 2 Swift-class ships. Lieutenant Dog, Ensign Cruz, do you both understand? A pair of you salute and in unison respond. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. Chief Cathys, I want you to provide a fully charged portable sub-terminal and guidance on removing Swift-class's black box. After that, prepare the Gundog 1 for launch, and then I want those engines back online, understood? Yes, Captain. Lieutenant Lord, you'll be overseeing this mission, understood? Yes, Captain. Very good. It's 16:03. This mission commences at 16:30. Dismissed. With this final instruction out of the way, you all salute the captain and then turn to leave. The chief is the first of you to reach the elevators, and she steps into the one without waiting for anyone else, pressing the button for her destination and disappearing behind its two doors as they hiss shut. Without paying you any attention, Vanessa and Hansen both step into the remaining elevator, with Vanessa hitting the button as soon as the pair have boarded. As the doors close, you see her turn to Hansen, cross her arms, and then begin to speak, but her words are cut off before you can hear them. You remain on the silent bridge with the captain, who you hear return to her chair. Whilst you wait for an elevator to return, you go over what you might need to do in your head. It will be the chief's responsibility to get you a charged portable sub-terminal, and Hansen Dalton will be responsible for pre-flight checks. Aside from getting a spacesuit from the hangar, you realize you don't really have anything to do before the mission starts. With less than half an hour to go before you'll be taking off, you don't have much time to do anything either, though. You might have the opportunity to visit a few other crew members to check on them, you think, but it might be a push to visit everyone. Yeah, but Vanessa was no help at all, and just like during the actual crisis, she was. Yeah, like I understand that like the ship is a complete clusterfuck and everybody's incompetent, but like when the ship was completely fucked, she was equally as incompetent, and now is just trying to gain favor, and like take like make it seem like she had more of a part to do with getting the ship back online than she actually did. So she's a bitch. But everybody kind of sucks. A lot of incompetence. Was the captain on duty, or did the event happen while the captain was off duty? The captain was supposed to be on duty, but she was drunk out of her fucking mind. So then the... not Vanessa, but... what's her name was the second in command. Our girlfriend was like knocked unconscious from the shockwave thing that happened or whatever. She helped with giving you the access card you needed for the last door. She did help with that. That's true. But she's definitely currently trying to like control the narrative. But I don't know if that's like for the benefit of the ship or not. Maybe she just doesn't trust the captain or something. Cassandra, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna go take a lunch. We've been going for almost 5 hours. This is a lot of reading. We'll continue when I get back, and we'll see what happens. Chapter 5. I don't know how many chapters there are. Well, we'll find out. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish this game today.